Well, good morning. Well, I want to say greetings, giving honor to God, the head of my life, to our conference minister, Reverend Dr. Lillian Daniel, to Hazlitt Community Church for your hospitality, to Hazlitt's pastor, thank you so much, Pastor Betsy, for all your leadership, and to all of you who are gathered here on site and also online. I'm Reverend Lawrence Richardson, your Associate Conference Minister for Church Vitality and Transitions here in the Michigan Conference, and I want to officially welcome you to Vitality Day. We have quite a day of worship, fellowship, learning, and connection, and I invite you to take advantage of the hospitality that has been offered here today. We have lunch coming from Stateside Deli, and we have just a few words of welcome and hospitality and instruction from our pastor, our host pastor, and then we will move into the rest of our worship and our afternoon together.
Greetings, friends, and welcome to Hazlitt Community Church, United Church of Christ. It is good to be with you on this beautiful and blessedly cool Saturday morning. Our church is best experienced in medium temperatures, so we are glad that worked out. I am Betsy Aho. I am one of the pastors here at Hazlitt Community Church. Also, Aaron Heisler, our youth and children's minister, whose youth program is kind of legendary around the Michigan Conference, so you can ask her for hints and tips later. But I want to just welcome you on behalf of this church. Each and every Sunday morning when we gather here, I remind our congregation that we are a church that has a mission to love radically and to welcome recklessly and to care relentlessly, moving toward a vision when everyone has a place to belong. So you are part of that welcome too. And each time we gather in this space, we always say that whether you have been part of this church for many, many years or you are gathering with us for the first time today, whether you are joined within the walls of this place or joining via Livestream, you are part of who we are when you are present here, and we are thrilled to have you with us this morning. As you spend the day in this church, feel free to look around. I saw some people taking pictures of this beautiful banner that was handcrafted many years ago before I was here, so take a look at that. There's an explanation of the verse that is up there and the meaning behind that. That dove has become the symbol of our church. If you want to stroll outside during a break time, you'll see the solar panels on the south side of our sanctuary roof. We have lots of native plant gardens around our church as well, so just feel free to make this place your home. Less exciting and fun to look at are the bathrooms, but I want to let you know where they are. We have men's and women's bathrooms down through where you had breakfast. You'll see a hallway on your right. We also have gender-neutral bathrooms in the basement, and those are accessible by stairs or by elevator. Anyone who is wearing a Dove name tag of some kind is someone who can help you navigate, and you can probably find me all day. So I'm thrilled to have you here. Ask any questions. If there's something we can do to make this day more enjoyable or accessible for you and your specific needs, don't hesitate to ask. So let us continue to spend this time in hope and vitality and community.
Good morning. Let us be in a spirit of prayer as we worship together. Holy and awesome God, we give you thanks for this day, for this community of people gathered as your church in this place, in this time. We come with some hurts, Some of us are feeling hungry, physically or spiritually, and we are aware of the hunger in our world. Some of us come with some anxiety, fear, maybe feeling unsafe, and we are aware of those in our world who are feeling anxious. Some of us come feeling lonely. Even in the midst of other people, we don't feel connected. And we are aware of people in our world who feel all alone. Some of us come with illness. Perhaps it is not seen. And we are aware of those in our world who are sick this day or carrying the burden of illness. Some of us are feeling broken today, and we are aware of the brokenness of our world. Some of us are grieving this day. Some of us are at war within our families, within our communities, within our churches, between countries. And some of us are feeling the trauma again of a school shooting. God, you enter our hurts, and you say to us, be filled, be calm, be connected, be whole, be joyful, be at peace, and be healed. And may it be so. Amen.
I want to invite us to listen to this reading based on Isaiah 42 to 43. Let us listen for the word the God of still speaking brings to us today. May it open up our hearts for all that we will hear and reflect on today. Sing to God a new song. The God who never abandons us, who has always guided us by unfamiliar paths and turned dark ways into light, who has made good out of the bad and sent us abundant love which overtakes any fear. This is what the Creator says. The one who made a way through the sea, a path through the mighty waters. Forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? I am making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland to give drink to my people, my children, the people I have created and am recreating. All the wild animals honor me. All of creation honors me because I provide water in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland. Look for yourselves, God our Creator, the still speaking, still recreating God, making all things new. It is time for us to sing a new song. Amen. In the midst of New Dimensions is hymn 391, and you'll find the hymnals in the seat in front of you. And we'll be singing the first 3 verses with Barbara's wonderful accompaniment.
a story about a preferred future. The ruler of the land had 4 children. It's not about me. She needed to prepare for a time when she would no longer be around to rule. Who would follow her? Who will rule in a way that created a preferred future for all of the land? So the ruler decided to go away for 10 years to see what happened in her absence. She gifts each child with 1 grain of rice, and then she leaves. The first sibling venerated the rice and put it in a very precious box. She spent the years opening it just once in a while, adoring it, even worshiping it. The second sibling hid the rice in a closet. No one would get it there. They probably actually forgot about it after a while, out of sight, out of mind, but it was safe, so no need to attend to it anymore. The third sibling just threw it away. He could get another grain when his mother came back. They all looked the same. It wasn't anything special, 2 grains of rice, same thing. But the youngest sibling took some time to consider what that grain of rice was and what it could be. It had been given as a gift, so it must be valuable somehow. But where did the value lie? The sibling discerned that planting the rice was a risk. What if it died? But how could it grow if it wasn't planted? So they put it in the ground and tended it. When the ruler came back after 10 years, she asked her children to bring the grain of rice that had been given to them. The first got out the box. It was a little ragged after 10 years, but got out the box and handed it over. There was that exact grain of rice. The second looked for the rice and looked, but couldn't find the rice and came back sad. The third just scoffed and angrily found a different grain of rice to give it back. The fourth took a deep breath. I don't have the grain of rice that you gave me. I planted it. Then they pointed to the fields beyond the house, fields and fields of rice. All of those are from the grain you gave me. They're yours. Amen.
Greetings in the name of Christ, and I am Lillian Daniel, Michigan Conference Minister, and it's my privilege to care for our 144 churches and our amazing clergy, and those of you who may have a vocation to become clergy. That's probably going to be one of our biggest foci in the year ahead, is to become a calling conference, because we have a clergy shortage, and I feel like we might already have the people in the room who are ready to serve. So I'm going to put that out there every time I speak. As I visit churches, as our staff visits churches, you know we are an outwardly focused conference. We are trying to sell our building. Oh, if anyone would like to buy a building across the street from Costco, I have that too to offer. But we are trying to be an outwardly focused conference on the road, coming to you, coming to your churches, learning about where you are, and then we bring back what we learn and the questions you ask. And this topic, like all of the programming we're doing, comes from you. How many times have I visited churches where they are struggling with budgets, outdated bylaws, and buildings? And sometimes it feels like in the United Church of Christ, we all think we have to reinvent the wheel, that we've got to do it ourselves or figure it out. And so part of the benefit of having conference staff who care for you is we can go around and say, y'all are all trying to do this yourselves. What if we came together and shared ideas and shared struggles? Today is not going to be a day of easy answers. It's going to be putting stories out there. My hope and prayer is that everyone here today will leave with a new friend in Christ, that you will make friendships across the lines of congregations and call each other up in 2 months and say, did you try that? How did it work? But we also recognize that while we have experts and teachers in our midst, it's enormously valuable to bring in an expert from the outside. And with that, I want to welcome Executive Director of Church Building and Loan Fund, Dr. Reverend Patrick Dugan. He is doing some really creative work at that organization. And just let me say one word about that. You're probably thinking, well, is this a presentation on loans and getting loans? They are taking this to another level because I believe that Patrick is like me. As he hears stories of all these churches asking for loans to fix the roof or to do this and that, he's taking that data and saying, how do we get in front of this? How do we create programs where we're getting to churches before the building is falling down around them? And how do we help churches to think strategically about how to monetize their space, how to be good stewards of that resource, and to do it early on, and to do it with each other. So the program that he's developing is a way that, yes, I mean, you're still in the business of loaning money to people, but it's a two-way conversation. That's what I'm so impressed by. And that in the program that he's developed, and other denominations are looking at this, we are the envy of all of Christianity because of this program. Because we are. Yeah, we are. Because a lot of times we say, I want a loan. We're looking for a technical fix to the problem. And I think what Patrick is saying is, yeah, you can have a loan, but first come in and study. First come in and do the work. First do the research in your community. First dig deeper, because maybe we can come to an idea that not only patches the hole in the roof or addresses the technical problem, but sets you up to leave a legacy, to continue being in ministry, to share your spaces, to do something the community needs. Stop thinking small. It's not about the hole in the roof. It's about how God is doing a new thing. And to do that, we have to talk to each other. Welcome, and thank you for coming.
Well, thank you, Lillian, for raising expectations. For that wonderful introduction. It's such a pleasure to be here, and thank you for the invitation. Hazlitt, your wonderful church. I've been here for about an hour, and it's a lovely place. Glad to get to meet Erin and talk a little bit about youth ministry on steroids. And I want to thank Lillian and Lawrence for inviting us to be here today and to share with you some thoughts, our approach to this work. So thank you. It's a big deal for me to get out and see folks who are actually doing ministry in different kinds of ways. And one of the joys of working at the national ministries, and specifically with Church Building and Loan Fund, is we engage with something like 800 to 1,000 church leaders every year. So we're out there. We see churches everywhere. And not only United Church of Christ congregations, but part of our mission as a ministry that is now 171 years old is to help all kinds of Christian churches in the United States of America. So it's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to share with you today. And I need to log into my computer because there's some things on the slides that I couldn't read from here. So I'm gonna have to get this password. You know, you change your password and then you don't remember it? I'm in that season right now, so I'll know them in about a week. But for now, I have to read it. All right. And, of course, that's the wrong one. All right. So I will say this. Thank you for that parable that was loosely reminding of the talents, but an excellent story. And I want to ask you a question. How much of that story was about rice? Was it really a story about rice? Mm-hmm. Rice was the thing, but that wasn't the story. So that's the way you should think about church building and loan fund. Buildings are the thing, but it's not the why. It's the what, but it's not the why. And I want to talk to you about this little verse. Okay. Verse, hey, click down. This is going great so far. Hey, no. Is it because I went the wrong way the first time or something?
I don't think so.
Hi. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah.
You can't read this, but this is my
just have
bio
the magic
a little bit.
touch, I guess.
Okay, a little bit of who I am and where I'm from. You could read that later. I can leave this with Lawrence. So this is Isaiah from the New Living Translation. For I am about to do something new. And thank you. Was it Cheryl who read? Yes, thank you. Cal? Yes. Did you know I was doing this already? Oh, wow. See, now I know. Thank you. And it just hit me last night as I was doing another, or a couple of days ago before. So, I have already begun. Do you not see it? I will make a pathway through the wilderness. I will create rivers in the dry wasteland. I want to talk about the not seeing part. It occurred to me that Isaiah didn't say, can you see it? Or the translations don't say, can you perceive it? It says, can you not see? Can you not perceive? I don't think that was a mistake. Because the not see part, I think, this prophetic word through Isaiah, right, acknowledges that there's a part of us that's human, right? And there's a part of us that's divine, right? So there's something new that God is doing, and in the moment, at first, we can't see it. We're in the not see. It's probably not a good thing to lift up. But I literally mean Notsee. We're in the not see. But the second two words, lines, are the see. What God is doing. I will make a pathway through the wilderness, rivers and dry wasteland. That's the part, that's the impossible that we don't see. Because you can't have streams of water in the desert. You can't have a pathway through wilderness. That's the tension that's in this verse. And that's the space where we say all the time as human beings. We're in some level of not seeing and seeing. That's the nature of who we are as God's people, right? So I want to create some cognitive dissonance, and I struggled with whether I should do this. I want to tell you about my trip to Tanzania last year. And I struggled because it has really nothing to do with this subject, right? But I want to create some cognitive dissonance with you. And so it was a training program. It was sponsored by Trinity Church Wall Street, which is one church in New York City that has a net asset value of about $7 billion. One church. And why? Because they were founded in the 1600s, and they founded in Manhattan. And they owned a bunch of Manhattan in New York City. And so they still own a big chunk of Manhattan, but they also have sold a bunch, and they had investments. And when you're around for 300 years and you have $100 and 300 years ago, that kind of grows, doesn't it? And they have 250 people who work in their philanthropy department, half of them in the mission real estate department. And in their mission real estate department, they got a few people, I don't know how many of it is. They have been almost 20 years donating, giving grants to churches in the Anglican Communion, they're Anglican, Episcopalian here, in Africa, the Caribbean, and South America to do what they call mission real estate projects. Tanzania Africa is where they have some, right? And so I was invited to this training of 25 bishops. They would be like conference ministers from 11 African countries. And I was invited to do something like this, and I did, right? So here we are at the diocese office, where they live, where the diocese is based, in Dodoma, which is the capital of Tanzania. Used to be Dar es Salaam, which is a very old city, Dar es Salaam, but now Dodoma. Dodoma is the poorest region of the country. 2 million people. Everybody's a day worker, most farmers. Most people work 7 days a week because you have to eat. There's no benefits. This is the world outside of the United States of America. No health insurance, no safety net, none of that. You eat, you work, you eat. And the average salary is about $20 a month. Okay, so it's poor, and that is Dodoma. Bishop Dickson Chilungani was the host of the event. Now, why did he host? Because they are the largest diocese in the world in the Anglican Communion. Dodoma has 2 million people. 700,000 of those people are part of or go to church in the Diocese of Dodoma. In about 1,200 churches. About, 200 parishes, almost 300 parishes? I don't know how they make the distinction, but there's more actual congregations than parishes. And 700,000, now think about that. Imagine one conference with 700,000 members. How many members are in the UCC nationally? 7, 12, 2. Yeah. So his diocese is the size of the United Church of Christ. Okay? Now, what has Bishop Dickson Chilungani done while he's in Tanzania? Well, they built 3 schools. One's kind of a public school. The other 2 are you pay. You pay a little more. The tuition is probably like $20 a month or something, which would be a lot for some people, but for most of them, but it's pay. And then they built a hospital. They built Safina House, where I showed you, that's where we were. Safina House is a commercial retail facility that's right next to the diocese office. The diocese office is in downtown, the center of downtown Dodoma. And the only thing Safina House is going to do, standing right next to the diocese office, is rent. They're going to rent 2 stores and offices. And the charm of the Safina House is that it's shaped like the Ark. It's a wonderful design that a Tanzanian architect designed it. And we were there a month before it was finished. And so then there were other projects, right? There's, because there were 11 bishops there, and there were 6 case studies on each of the projects. One was a apartment building in Zambia, Bishop Chama built, Archbishop Chama, who's an amazing guy. He tried to ordain me a bishop. I said, we don't do that in UCC, but he says, no, the work you're doing, we've got all these bishops here. Let's just consecrate you here, please. And then Bishop Birangengana from Burundi, which is, I think, the poorest country in the world. They had a room that could fit in this space we're in. That was a clinic for the whole area. And so they decided to build a hospital. Now they have a full-blown hospital for the first time in this area. Then the Church of Kenya, the Anglican Church of Kenya, they built a commercial center, like a mall kind of thing. The Diocese of Cape Coast in Ghana, a hostel, youth hostel. Bishop Subi in the DRC, you know about the Democratic Republic of Congo, a place that the UCC Church would not be welcome at all. He built the Anglican Hotel and Conference Center. In central Zimbabwe, Bishop Makumbe built a pilot for a solar farm. And I want to talk a little bit about Bishop Makumbe because of 2 things, right? First of all, more than 2 things. There's no electricity where his diocese is, and the diocese owns 1,700 acres of land. That's a lot of land, right? Same problem. Day workers, no money. What do you do? And Bishop Makumbe had 3 goals for what he wanted to accomplish when he thought about this work. He wanted 3 things that had to happen. The project must generate income for the diocese. It must create jobs for the community. And it must have a positive impact for the nation. It's pretty simple goals, right? And so what he came up with, because they couldn't do farming at a scale that could accomplish those goals because of the climate and all, with 1,700 acres. And then somebody said, why don't you do a solar farm? And he didn't understand what that was. How do you farm solar? He literally thought it's farming solar, right? And he learned and he figured out that maybe we can do something here, because they were burning trees for fuel to power generators that were giving them electricity. Burning trees for fuel for the refrigerator for the, what do you call it, where you keep bodies when they're, the morgue. Burning trees, so they burning trees, smoke, no trees, solar. Zimbabwe has a shortage of electricity. So he tried this, and he tells the whole story. And it works. And now, it was a little laugh when he said, now the morgue has refrigeration all the time. And the bishops kind of chuckled to celebrate that, but we understood. I'm not including myself with the bishops. Everybody in the room understood what he was getting at. But also, they have a school on the property that serves 1,000 children. And now they could have lights. Okay? So this was that. So what were my takeaways from Tanzania? First of all, I learned that Africa is the fastest growing economy in the world, and 60% of the population is under 25. It's a very young continent. Church in Africa is growing, and it's young. Unfortunately, a lot of the church in Africa is, some of the Christian right missionaries that are doing, but the Anglican community isn't, and not everybody is. So you got all kinds of growth in Africa. The Catholic Church is growing in Africa. The evangelical churches more progressive churches, great work, places like TFAM. I was at their ministry a couple of weeks ago. They have, I guess it's a diocese in DRC and other places. So the church is growing. And for nearly 20 years, Trinity Church Wall Street is doing that work. But of course, because I experienced cognitive dissonance, immediately I'm thinking, well, what is this for me, for us, for the work we do in the United States, for the Church Building Alone Fund, for the United Church of Christ, which is probably what you're thinking right now. What does this have to do with vitality? Well, here in the United States, the church is old, relationally destitute, missionally confused, declining in impact, and thinks that being land rich is an obstacle to vitality. Sound familiar? Perhaps we're in the not seeing. This is not about buildings. Church Building Alone Fund was not founded because of buildings. Church Building Alone Fund was founded in 1853. And if you know a little bit about the history of the United States, that's about 10 years before the Civil War. The Civil War didn't just break out in 1862 or whatever it was. It was a building thing in the country for years. And it was a culmination, the war was actually a culmination of that conflict. But anyway, in 1853, the denominations were growing in the United States of America. And everybody wanted to expand. So the Congregationalists, who hated to meet, they never had national gatherings. You know why? Because that would be like popery. With a head, somebody might elect somebody to be in charge. They didn't believe in national gatherings, but they had one in 1852 and said, we've got to do something about getting the progressive Christian witness. I'm sure they didn't say it that way, but that's what they meant. In the western frontier, which at that time was Ohio, there was no California yet. And they had a meeting, and they fought, and they agreed. And at the end of the meeting, somebody said, and I know his name, but I don't remember, we should raise some money to build churches in the western frontier. It's the last thing on the list. Nobody came with an idea. Well, let's see well, if you can raise some money, we'll try it. If you can raise $50,000 in the next 6 months, we'll try it. That was the agreement. They raised $60,000, started the fund. So the what were the buildings. The why was for the progressive Christian witness. The other thing that occurred to me while in Tanzania, really, literally, I did what I did with Lawrence. I changed my whole presentation, well, I didn't do the whole thing, before I presented it. And you can watch it, actually. I can give you the link to watch it. They actually recorded it. It's actually pretty good. I thought it was awful at the time. But it occurred to me in being there, a new meaning to Genesis 1:1 that talks about God. Now, I put Genesis 1. Most people, this is one verse that most people know in the Bible, so because it's the first verse. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. It occurred to me that God was the first and most impactful real estate developer to ever exist. You know any? There's a guy who's running for president who's a known real estate developer and who puts his name on everything, and he can't even hold a match to God's development projects. But it's still ministry, divine, God, religion is not about the building, is it? It's not. That's the what. Another way to think about where we are today, most of you heard of Phyllis Tickle. 2008, she wrote the book, whatever the name of the book is, The Great Emergence in 2008. She talked about the church going through a rummage sale every 500 years, a reset. In 2008, she says we're at the beginning of the next 500-year change, shift. I'm trying to get us to think differently about where we are. And why it is important for us to shift our why, right? So that the what can happen in a different kind of way. I'm going to show you how that shift has been happening in buildings, just for some examples. And Lillian's right. The fund has been lending, actually not since the beginning. For the first 50 years or so, the fund, Church Building and Loan Fund, which was not called Church Building and Loan Fund, it was American Congregational Union. For the first 50 years, they'd raise money every year and have the church match some portion of what they needed, and then they would build the church. And every year they'd start from zero. It was a tough thing. If you read the old documents, they're always broke. There's no money. Where are we going to get this? But they kept going. Lending started in about 1902, and we've been lending ever since. But and that's still big part of who we are and what we do. Yes. So if you need a loan for building projects, great. Yes. Older churches. We founded Cornerstone Fund. Some of you have probably heard of Cornerstone Fund and wonder why we have a Cornerstone Fund in the Church Building and Loan Fund. I don't know why they did that back then, but we do have two organizations that do similar work. Ours is a little bit different, but they also build or finance. About 10 years ago, in 2013, now going on 12 years, we launched Partners in Vision. And the reason we launched Partners in Vision was because we were realizing that churches needed more than some brief technical assistance and financing. They needed deeper, what's known as development services, in addition to more complicated financing to do the kinds of projects that can express the why that they're looking to do through their projects, right? So we created Partners in Vision. I'm very proud of it. It was really just a vision, and it's happened to work out in a certain kind of way. And I'm going to show you about 10 of the projects that we've been involved in. But just to show you, since we started in 2013, 11 projects have actually received some kind of funding. Right now, it's over 100 churches have applied. Most of them UCC, but not all of them. Let's see, three projects completed, 3 or 4, 16.25 million. We've got some projects that are going to close sometime this year and next year. We've done about 800,000 in pre-development loans and another 800 in grants, because we were able to raise money for some pre-development grants, and we've attracted $10 million of external funding. We work closely with Disciples, ELCA, PCUSA, the Episcopal Church Building Fund, and now Trinity Church Wall Street, who's entered in the United States over the last 5 years doing the work they've been doing around the world. So that's just a sense of from zero to here in about 10, 11 years. From zero, we had no churches thinking or coming to work on these kind of projects. So now we do, right? Most of them UCC. Here's some examples of those projects. The first one was a land sale. Riviera in Palm Bay. They bought a 10-acre property thinking that if you build it, they will come. You can't read these things, it's too small from here. What was, we got this big loan, and we don't need 10 acres. We want to serve families in the community in a bigger way, and we need to get out from under this loan. So we helped them to figure out what they could do with that. Wound up finding a developer who built 40 homes in that space. They took a sale, they sold the property to the developer. Those proceeds brought down their loan substantially, and they created a community of 40 families right next to them on the church. Now, those families don't all go to church necessarily, but that's there now. The what was the property. The why was to revitalize their ministry and church. I'm going to go through them since you can't read them that well. Okay, and they stop. Oh, now they, can I go back? Yeah. Okay. It's Riviera. Here's the project that I talk about now it won't do it, okay. Because did? Okay. Yeah. Okay, Molo Village CDC, St. Peter's UCC, $7.8 million project, poorest community in Louisville, now our most transformative project, 30,000 square foot retail and commercial facility with a daycare center, a credit union, a sit-down restaurant, a business incubator, a health institute where they actually look at social inequities of health and offer mental health services. This church had a heart for serving returning citizens, people coming out of the criminal justice system, and substance abuse. Less than 50 members. They were serving 1,000 people a week when we met them. So don't think you have to be a big church to take on these projects, all right? St. Peter's, and they completed, it's a wonderful project. Then there's, is it moving? No. Okay, Genesis Worship Center, Pentecostal church in Oakland. Okay, you see the tower, bell tower, that's the church building. The perpendicular one was a 2-story fellowship hall. They turned it into 12 units of affordable housing. And because the pastor has a relationship with the county, he got funding to pay for, again, returning citizens in this case, for 3 years, pays the rent, and also program services for them. They've just shifted to now, they didn't want to stay in working with returning citizens. They felt a bigger need for housing were for young people coming out of the foster care system. So they've begun on that track. And they do the same model. They get services, money from the agencies that do this, and they offer services, some volunteer and some paid, and people have the option of going to church. This is their ministry, small church, not 200 members. This is a $3.25 million project. All of these similar. Resurrected Life is a church in Allentown. Joined the UCC in 2019, founded by Pastor Greg Edwards. You're going to see a second project from both St. Peter's and Resurrected, but this was the Zion UCC, the Liberty Bell Church, gave them their property for $1 when they intended to close. They knew they were closing, and they intentionally looked for who they wanted to be in their building. They turned away all the developers who came. This building's in the center of downtown. The center of downtown. It's very valuable. And so now it's going to be, space that they're going to move all of their programs to because they're renovating their other, now they have 2 campuses. And you'll see what that is, that's going to be. But this is about community and education. Church has a heart for that, right? San Jose Church asked us to do what we called an option study. They're in an area, they have 6 acres of land, I think it is, and they want to know what should we do. And housing is coming up as a big option for them. We recently received some funding to expand our work in California, so I'm pretty sure we'll be working with them and expanding that part of our work. Again, his phase 2, St. Peter's, did so well and did such a great job on their first project, $7.8 million. And the interesting thing was the church started out wanting to rehab their facility that's almost 200 years old. And we told them it wasn't probably the best idea to start with that because it would cost about $10 million. And we finally came to the building you saw previously. But the city was so pleased that they gave them a $2 million grant toward this project, which is going to be the rehab of the church building. Why would they do that? Because they're going to house a bunch of their services in a wing of the renovated facility. So that's part where the government money is being used, okay? Same little church, they've up to maybe 150 members now, but they're same little church. And his Resurrected Life's original project they were working on when Zion said, we'll give you our building, their church, this is about to go into construction. This is a renovation of their school building and their church property. They have a freedom school, they have a preschool, and they have an after-school program. They have a heart for education in their community. People's Church of Dover is a church in Dover, Delaware. They're trying to figure out what to do. They want to do a combination of renting and community facilities. They're a church, they recognize that they're dying. They are intentionally using up their endowment to figure out what's next. Not something we would recommend. They were doing it already. And so, well, since you're going to do it already, let's help you figure out how to do it in a way that can bring you back. We meet many churches who have figured out when they'll run out of money, and they've decided that's when they're going to close. Have you heard that before? I know Lillian's heard that before. But they have a heart for vitality. They want to see new things happening in their space and have asked us to help them figure it out in their space. Okay. There's Lincoln Congregational, a closed church. We met them just before they closed. They were going to really try to give it a go, but it was just too big a push, Central Atlantic Conference. And so when it closed, they asked Freeman Palmer, the conference minister, if they could be a part of the next phase of Lincoln. So they continue to work with the conference. We've been working with them for about 6 years on the next phase of this. And it's probably going to be a combination of a community space and housing. There's so much history, I could just do 2 hours on the history in this space. And that's what they want to do, not historic preservation in the sense of the space, but to preserve the history of that community in a special kind of way. These congregations see it. And the thing that I think that I'm getting at in this presentation is that every church needs to seeks vitality, must discern which community needs they will devote their ministry and programmatic activities to, so that the needs will be redeemed through the economy of God. What is that? That was just a big statement to say, you gotta figure out some things and go forward. That's the not see part. Be comfortable with the not see, but go through this process so that you can see. And it's a few things. Most churches have a mission statement. It's usually very sweet and very generic. It can be anywhere. We just want to love community. We want to bring souls to Christ. I know you don't say that, but that's what some people say. They're lovely. But a mission statement for the 21st century has to be a little more specific and focused and directed. And then you need a compelling vision. How do you see the future of your community, wherever it is? Now, it doesn't necessarily mean you're seeing it correctly, but at least you're saying you're seeing something. Where is the future? And if you take the time to discern a vision, I guarantee you God's going to show you some things. Then, here's the thing that we don't often think about. We need clarity of our organizational personality. Now, what is that? What is that? What is organizational personality? Well, some churches are bonkers over bell choirs. Y'all have a bell choir? Y'all have one? No. We did during COVID. It's okay. It's just not your thing. Some churches have the best choirs and music programs that you've ever imagined. Is your church? I don't know. There's several churches in here. Any of those there? Okay. I heard of a church that has an amazing youth program. Your personality. You see, there's no such thing as generic church. There's no generic place. There's no generic people. There's a church in a specific place with a certain kind of people. And God was amazing to say, yeah, we need a bunch of different churches because we got all different kinds of people. So some are going to flock here and others are going to flock there, and it's okay. But a lot of our congregations don't have clarity around the congregational personality, who we are, that's unique. You probably talk about it, because I learned about your youth ministry in Hazlitt. It's about 5 minutes in coming into the building. So you guys, everybody knows what it is, but it's not typically clear because that's your unique calling. And then a thorough knowledge of the needs in the community. And I showed you many of the churches serving poor communities. We realize that our target at Church Building and Loan Fund, the most impactful target, are the most distressed churches in the poorest communities. That's a good target to have, I think, because Jesus kind of talks about that in his announcement to the world of who he's going to help. That doesn't mean we don't help the affluent churches. It means that we put a lot of attention there, and we help everybody. We work with the largest churches in the UCC as well, and some of the wealthiest churches in the UCC as well. They don't need as much help. They just need a little bit of help. But you got to have that because we've got to embrace the not see while we learn to see. And hopefully we wind up doing that. And I think that's enough. Thank you. There you go. What's next?
Thank you very much, Patrick. As you can tell, we are enthusiastic to hear what you have to say and are enjoying your presence with us today. We're just going to take a very brief little break here and open it up. Does anyone have any announcements or word you want to share very briefly, about a minute maximum? Anyone? All right. That's all right. We'll have another space if you think of something later. We'll try to make time for that. Let me know if you do have something. So what I want us to do then is take a little bit of a stretch break. So I invite you to stand up if you're able. It's good to stand if you're able, stretch a little bit. And I invite you, if you're willing, to do a practice called body tapping. Body tapping allows the brain and body to release stress and negative emotions. Maybe there's some things you're thinking about in your church or ministry context or life that are a little bit negative right now, or you're worried about things as we talk about these hard topics. So to try to release that stress and negative emotion, as well as move and calm and regulate our central nervous system, and improve circulation to clear our minds, as well as wake up our muscles. I invite you to start kind of from the top of your bodies, your head, and just tap. And you can do your own thing, whatever feels good, wherever you want to try it, where you need to wake up. Maybe you just need a little pep, right? I like this part, especially near your chest and heart. It's where we really need to improve that circulation. And just move down at your own pace. You can move back up if you want. You can just stretch if you want. Oh.
any movement helps the body. You need to sometimes remember that. So now you may take a seat, and I want to open it up. Does anyone have any questions or thoughts or conversations or things you'd like for Patrick to talk about in this few minutes we have here?
Sure. Can I? Yeah, okay.
You had introduced a little bit about strategic planning.
Yes.
With your group. Can you speak a little bit more about that? Do you offer that to congregations?
Yes.
Can you speak on that?
So, we actually been offering strategic planning for a while, for probably 7, 8 years. But one of our mission interpreters, we should call them regional mission interpreters because we had folks assigned to regions, but virtual and has changed that, so we just call them mission interpreters. One of them will come and help you figure out, re-articulate your mission, vision, and strategic plan. It's as simple as that. Most churches don't have a strategic plan, but if you're seeking to go to a new place, you need a plan. Often churches that come into the Partners in Vision program always come saying, we got this property, help us, because that's the what, right? And in order to start on that journey, you can't just have the property and a need, you gotta have a why, and it's gotta be clear. And you gotta have a way forward for that. So oftentimes as churches apply to Partners in Vision, and they're kind of all over the place, we have them go work with our mission interpreters first to develop a mission, vision, and a plan. But you don't have to be doing a building project in order to need a strategic plan. It's essential, I think, and I think I hope I was stressing this point, that this work is, the building is the what. The thing you do is a result of what you see and what your heart for the community is, your personality, all that. The thing you do is all of that wrapped up in the thing that you produce, if I'm making sense. So yes, we do offer, there's a fee, there's short version, there's a longer version. I don't ask me to quote fees because I don't know, but when you call us and want to help, the mission interpreter will go through all of that with you. So depending on your budget and what you want to do, you can size it accordingly. Okay? Yes? Yeah? There's a video on the Frontline Faith. You ever heard of Frontline Faith, the training platform for the UCC? We have about 9 or 10 videos. One of them is on taxes, I believe it is. Let me look it up to be sure it's on there, but you can look it up and find out too. So here's the thing with taxes. I don't want to go too long. If you do something that's called unrelated business, if you do something that, let me put it this way. I'll give you a story. The Girl Scouts were once sued by Oreos or the Nabisco, whoever, who a big cookie company, because at that time they were selling more cookies during Girl Scout cookie season than the big companies. And they felt like, that's not fair. They're not really a nonprofit. How you selling more cookies? They're really just taking our business. Similar thing happened with Jack LaLanne Studios and the Y, where given why doesn't charge the same thing. Now they do, but they used to didn't charge as much as the gyms. So both of those cases were won by the nonprofits because it was determined that the Girl Scouts cookies is not a cookie business. It's a leadership development program for girls. The courts held that, right? Similar issue for the Y. Jack LaLanne lost that lawsuit. You can look it up. They're old things. I say all that to say you shouldn't be worrying about taxes. And you need to talk to a tax attorney and all that kind of stuff. But let's say you decide to sell light bulbs as a fundraiser. And so your church budget is $300,000 and you sell $400,000 in light bulbs. You're gonna have to pay taxes on that because and I'm exaggerating the numbers, because of this thing called unrelated business income. The income from the light bulbs is not your typical income. It's unrelated to the mission of the church. So you say, oh my God, we've got to pay taxes. Yeah, but you sold $400,000 worth of lights, so you got the money to pay the taxes. You follow what I'm saying? So you can rent. You don't have to pay taxes on that. If you rent to certain entities, that is outside of your mission, and you can rent to them, but you would have to pay taxes on that revenue, but it comes from the revenue. You follow what I'm saying? So oftentimes churches worry about the tax issue, and I'm not suggesting this is you, I'm just saying what happens. It's not really as big a problem as you think, and because you're not going to generate $400,000 from light bulbs. And there's not very many churches. There's some churches that generate a lot of money from rental income. But if it's for not-for-profits, that's not taxable. But if you rent to a business, that may be taxable. But again, you want to talk to a tax attorney before the board makes decisions like, oh, we can't do this because it's going to talk to somebody who can give you professional advice. Does that make sense? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes.
I have a concern.
Sure.
We have an elderly congregation. Welcome to the UCC.
Welcome to church in America.
Right, but I'm all for the idea of the why and whatnot. But my concern is with an elderly congregation, they're tired.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like I'm younger, not by much, but younger. And I'm saying, well, what's the why? What's the why? And they're all going, we're tired, we're tired, we're tired. Just preach, just preach.
You got
Keep the doors open.
Yeah.
So I'm just, I don't know how to ask the question, but I'm just curious.
Everybody's not the same, is what you're saying.
Yeah, but do you work with a lot of churches that have like elderly congregations, or do you work with a lot of churches that have found the way to attract younger families and things?
Most of them are older because most churches are older. We don't have too many. We have some younger ministries that are going. But here's the thing. Yeah. Most church is old. But how many of us believe we're going to drop tomorrow? Anybody raise your hand if you think you're gone tomorrow? And, so there's a future, and even if you think that, you want, you have to think about what do you really want? And there's some churches who should plan their legacy. There really are. And it's okay. It's okay. If you're that tired and there's no imagination left, it's okay to start thinking about legacy. In fact, God would honor that, right? Which do you think God prefers? And I'm just setting up for the purposes of making a point, so obviously it's just ridiculous. But would God prefer a church of folks who don't want to do anything and just coming because we got to be here and, we're supposed to go every Sunday and pray and say, then I'll go home. But we don't want to be. What does God want? Yes, we're going to church today. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Which one would God choose? Probably both. So that's a terrible example. But I think I'm making a point that even if you're ready to die, I love what Zion UCC did. They knew it was fascinating, the lay person who was leading it. They had cried, they had done all the things that, everybody goes through, but then they came to the point of clarity that, let's plan this. We have a legacy program. Church Building and Loan Fund invented the legacy program for the United Church of Christ. Actually, Dave Shane, who was working at the national staff for years before I got there, and he retired while, I guess I was about 5 years in, and he says, I want to work on legacy. You think Church Building and Loan Fund be interested in that? And so we created the Ministry of Legacy. He's a minister for church closure and legacy, I think his title is. And now for about 7, 8 years, maybe a little less than that, he's been working with conferences. I think Lillian's been on several of his calls. He meets regularly with conference ministers because all the conferences are dealing with churches that want to close. Not all of them want to close, but some that want to close, and it's a problem. Older churches. So my message for older churches is welcome to American Christianity. You're not different. We had a church of everybody in the church was over 50, and probably, yeah, and a big chunk of them were over 60, and they came to us excited about building. They live in Austin, right near the campus. Student housing, using their church for student housing, because they had a real purpose. So I will not let older churches off the hook, because I'm up there too. So you're not off the hook for thinking about a why and a future. I say you're not off the hook for that. How dare we just leave a church and just let it die? What does that say about our witness and how we really, isn't it better to be intentional about it and say, we're done, let's come up with a plan, and let's do a beautiful ending. Let's gift our building to another ministry. Let's, redevelop it into something. Or we could just let it go. There are churches that have literally walked away and nobody knows where anybody is. So, any other questions? Yes. Lillian, you can't ask me questions. You probably know the answer already. Come on.
I do, but I want you to, this is some stuff that you and I have talked about,
Yeah.
but I want you to share it with the group, because it's what I'm struck with, and I love, is that you don't shy away from examples that involve commercial real estate or, in the very wealthy area in Florida. I mean, I'm guessing that was not affordable housing, but
No,
that,
yeah.
sometimes it is, but sometimes not. Because I think so often churches and conferences, we become very sentimental and we lose our logic.
Yes.
And so we think let's just let people use the building for free, or we're going to build affordable housing ourselves when we have no experience or skill in that, et cetera. And what I hear you saying is, first, cut it out. There's only 25 of you, and you are a young church because you're.
You can't say that most of the time,
yeah.
but yeah.
But there's 25 of you. I'm guessing that of your examples, these people didn't have to start the nursery school. They didn't have to build the housing. They sold the real estate so that somebody else could do that, and then the funds can be used for ministry in some way. I feel like that's the taboo we have to get past. Is a lot of times churches or conferences sell property or give it away, right? It's not good stewardship.
Yes, I agree. I think you're right that we certainly have limited thinking in terms of property. And here are the common ones. We hate it. Let's give it away. Let's sell it. Okay. There are times when that's good. Selling is the best option. We've advised folks to sell. I've said this to Lily and others, my personal thing is I hate to sell church property. I do not want to sell church property. I come in with the hope that this property can be something different. And oftentimes it can. But a couple of things. One, and then the other thing is, well, we could do affordable housing because everybody's hearing that's the thing, but it's also easy for church folk to resonate with building housing, right? Because you're really helping families, and so it's connection. Every church cannot be affordable housing. Not because they don't want to be, sometimes you can't zone for it. Sometimes, like St. Peter's, they wanted to do affordable housing. Well, there was a 700-unit redevelopment across the street. Why would you do affordable housing if it's already being done? So why don't we do something that complements the housing that's going to serve the families? You know, we'll do a bank, a credit union, and a restaurant, and daycare. And so that works. So, yes. But sale sometimes is a good option. Now, I could talk about this a long time, and I'll try not to. If you sell, what happens to the money is the question, okay? And here's the part that troubles me. Oftentimes, there's not a lot of thought. But if you have how long has Hazlitt been here? Since 1955, which would make it be about 60, 70, almost 70 years old. This is a relatively young church, but there are churches that have been 100 years, 300 years, right? You sell the building, and you get, let's say you get $500,000 or $1 million. And then you do a grant program and give it to 50 churches to do some great work. That's not so bad, is it? But think about it. You had an asset for 70, 100, 200 years. To give all the money away in a short amount of time, it might be a good thing, but I think, maybe you want to have an impact that's bigger than that with something that has had an impact that's much bigger than that. So maybe you should think about the same kind of longevity of impact for the proceeds of the funds as you gave to the building. And maybe it's a good idea, because when you develop a property, typically the developer buys the property from you, you get a check, right? And now that's it. You have no other role. You're done. Sometimes you can get the agreement for the developer to include certain things in the next thing, but that's rare, but you can do that. But there's another way to do it if you're averse like me, you don't want to sell. There's long-term leases, land leases, which gives the 30 years, 55 years, 90 years, 100 years, which makes the land so cheap that the developer doesn't have to count the purchase of the property into his or her budget, right? So there's another, and that way you keep the property, ownership. My thing is the church should keep everything, but that's not feasible, doesn't make any sense, right? Sometimes it makes sense to sell, and you should sell, but you should always do it with research, knowledge, and intention. It shouldn't be a knee-jerk reaction. We shouldn't do a knee-jerk reaction. Any asset that's worth north of 100,000 or more, right? And that's the most widely held asset in the United Church of Christ are our buildings. Doesn't belong to the national, doesn't belong to the conference, but it belongs to the United Church of Christ. If that's our biggest asset, shouldn't we, as good stewards, we would say, shouldn't we have some intention in thinking around how we use those assets? Does that speak to, yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So help us make this distinction then. So yeah, I'm listening to you. And I think I hear you saying, don't sell your property, but you develop it into a commercial rental.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You're not saying that. I'm saying
you get to a decision point on a property, or you get to begin the decision that you know you have to do something, you discern which way to go very clearly with some intention and assistance about the best option. So now my personal bias is I don't want to sell. That's my personal bias. I'm not suggesting it should be yours or anybody's, but for me it would be, I don't want to sell. Let me look at the options. Can I redevelop? I say yes. Okay. If I say redevelop, how do I redevelop, right? Who redevelops? And if I choose that path, do I sell the property to the developer, or do I do a land lease to the developer where I keep ownership of the property, he gets the economic value he needs, or she, I say he because most 90% of developers are men, and go forward with that. If let's say it's not a development decision, then what is it? I'm saying being intentional. Let's say it's sell. Okay. You might want to decide like Zion, well, we will only sell 2. Or you might say, well, we need the money for X, Y, Z. We're going to sell to the highest bidder. So in other words, I'm saying there has to be a lot more. Think in terms of a universe of options beyond the ones that are familiar to us, sell or give it away, and, work through that. But we wouldn't do that on a house. Mm-hmm. We're going to give it away or sell. Who's going to say, I mean, we think about it. Right. We put some thought into it. We think about our ministry, our intentions for being in what we do, all of that. We think about all that before we make a decision. Is that?
Yeah, and I just want to make clear, I love that you're opening up the option, though, that we keep the property, we rent out our space, but we can rent it to a retail store. Some of our churches are in the middle of thriving downtown areas that, people.
Yeah, retail store might be tough, but
maybe not retail, but a coffee shop or something that makes money. Don't just give it away for $50 a month or a donation basket.
Know your value, yes.
Yeah, and that you're not gonna get thrown in jail for that. You just might have to pay taxes, but you're getting the income.
And always use attorneys and people who know that, or be like Judson Memorial in New York. In terms of rental, they rent to NYU New York University is right next to them, and they don't have enough space, so they rent to NYU, but they also they do free rent for community groups. So they do market rent and free rent. And then they do, weddings, so that's another thing, Then there's AA. Some churches do AA, and AA, there's a church in Seattle that does AA 6-7 days a week. That's their thing, and they there's some money that transacts, but you can definitely have a plan for rental that can generate revenue. Yes, absolutely. Okay, because I can do this all day. You guys know it, right? So.
I've heard a couple of different times that you had said something about leasing space.
Oh, there you go.
And not giving it away. So. We have a big building, we have a school, and so my philosophy is, if some nonprofit can use our space, I want them to be able to have that.
Okay.
I don't need their revenue. Of course, I'd like their revenue, but that's not my priority. My priority is that we have this big, beautiful space, and yes, please use it. Is that the wrong, am I thinking wrong?
Well, let me ask you a couple of questions. Who pays for the heat?
Well, we do.
Who pays for maintenance?
We do.
Who pays for cleaning?
We do.
Who pays if the plumbing breaks or the wiring? Who pays?
Oh, we got it all.
Okay.
So I should be
charging. So which nonprofit who is in a building pays zero, has no costs? So I would develop a sliding scale based on the type of nonprofit. For the startups and the little ones, or the group that don't have any money, sure, do the free space and ask for donation. But there are nonprofits that, Girl Scouts. Would you give the Girl Scouts free space in your? They've got millions.
I probably would have.
Well, maybe for the troop, the Girl Scout troop. But I mean, if the Girl Scout national offices
Oh,
says,
no, I'm
you
not
know,
going
we
to give
need
them
an
my
office.
certified kitchen to cook their cookies.
Yeah, well, yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, so let's be real about the money here. It costs to be in the building. Everybody knows that. So there's a difference between zero and, $100,000. So does that help a little bit? Yeah. And I would do. That's not original, by the way. Judson isn't the first to do it. Paul Nixon's second book is not a second book, the second on that topic. The first one is I Refuse to Lead a Dying Church. The second one was the past tense, I refused to lead a dying church, where he gives examples of churches. One of them's a synagogue called 6th and I. That's the corner it's on. He details their strategy of keeping the building active. And they basically have a range of activities, programs, because they're in D.C. Sometimes they have talks from politicians. Sometimes they have cooking classes, maybe a Tai Chi thing. Sometimes they have youth things. But they hired somebody to just make sure there's activity all during the week. And that has created a lot of buzz, and just like people know about Hazlitt's youth group because of all the stuff you do, that's how they talk about that synagogue. But the rents are 0 to market rate. I just solved your budget problem right here. I want a donation to the fund, please.
So
Thank you so much. Yeah,
I
go
want
ahead.
to share real quickly, in your folders, there's an article about one of our Michigan Conference churches that works with 7 different nonprofits. And one of the things that fascinates me about this vitality work is that idea of working with community organizations. So you may have a nonprofit that is sharing your building space that because of what they do, they can get state grants, federal grants, community grants, and then that money can be shared with your church as building space. So there's lots of really creative ways to community partner in regards to those sorts of things.
Absolutely.
And some of the examples that you gave have
Absolutely.
really incredible stuff going on with that as well.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you again, Patrick. We are ready to transition to lunch. Do we have any special announcements about lunch we need to make?
That is available. Thank you very much, John. From Stateside Deli, we have sandwiches, we have salad, and we have fruit. There is gluten-free bread available. It's make your own, so if you are a vegetarian or if you don't have dairy issues, you can choose whatever you need to choose. And also, instead of the full hour, we will shorten lunch for just about 45 minutes so that we can continue with our programming and also be faithful in our time commitment to get you out of here today.
And in that, did you have another announcement?
I checked with the gentleman who's the caterer, and he confirmed what I thought, which was that the salad that has the croutons on it is definitely not gluten-free. But he said that the coleslaw should be safe, the potato salad should be safe. I hope you're all hungry. This will be first lunch, and maybe in an hour, second lunch. And potato salad and coleslaw, all the meats, all the cheeses, and we do have separate gluten-free bread. But if you have to be gluten-free, it would be great if you could kind of go through first, just to reduce your chance of cross-contamination. All right, that's it for me. Thank you.
All right, awesome, thank you. And in that spirit of moving things along, we invite an old tradition, and I invite us to say it in whatever ways you are most comfortable and familiar with. Let us recite the prayer of Jesus or the Lord's Prayer. Our Creator, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
We will be meeting back here at 12:30. You can leave your stuff, yes. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Awesome. All right, thank you. I'm gonna turn. Okay? If you can hear my voice, clap once. If you can hear my voice, clap twice. Awesome. Thank you so much. Well, we're going to go ahead and get started with our next workshop. And it is really an opportunity to frame the conversation that's happening with churches that comes right after I get done. But in your folders, you should have on the back side of the program a church life cycles handout. And so we're going to pretty much for the next 15 minutes talk about this handout. It'll help us understand the life of the church in other ways than we're quite used to. So every church that is established and functioning has some aspect of all four quadrants that you see on your paper. In a new church, you have more energy than anything else. In a church that is a family-sized church, you have a lot of inclusion. You want to make sure that everybody has a role, everybody feels a part of things, everybody has an assignment, and everybody feels good about what they're doing. When you move over to the church where you have maybe a pastor-sized church or a church that has programs, you're a program-sized church, and at that point, the programs are really what strengthens the congregation, strengthens the church. And the fourth quadrant is administration. That's usually the corporate-sized churches that do those characteristics the best in terms of administration, but every church that functions well has an aspect of administration, programs, inclusion, and energy. How many of you are familiar with the bell curve of the church life cycle? So yeah, church, that you see it on your sheet. A church is born, it has its heyday, and then it dies. But what ecclesiologists and church nerds like myself have discovered is that since we are people of the resurrection, death does not have the final say. We don't have to die. So while it looks nice on paper to have the nice bell curve, we're going to focus on that square and the circle in the center. Because if your church understands, to our keynotes presentation earlier, the why, then figuring out how to live and do programming and how to be in community together feels a little easier. So let's start with the first quadrant. On the left side of the line of vitality, we have the E and the I. Newer churches have a ton of energy and inclusion. They have a ton of life. That's what vitality is. It's energy, it's inclusion, it's excitement. It's just, wow, you're here and I'm so glad you're here. Will you help me put up chairs? Or wow, let's pray together. Or let's go get coffee. But it's a ton of energy and it's a ton of inclusion. And it's also an opportunity for churches in that first quadrant to get to know the people in their communities. It's one of the strengths about new church starts is because they start in this box. They have no choice but to be great at it, or they don't move throughout the life cycle. So they have to make connections. They have to be out making connections in the community, getting to know their neighbors, understanding who the business partners and organizations are in their area. They have to. When you move up to that second quadrant, after making all those connections, you start having opportunities. You start having opportunities for service. You start having opportunities for participation in a greater way, collaboration with those partners that you might have met. And also, as we know in our churches, people that feel included, they start coming back, they start showing up, and they start participating in other things. Now that you have all these people showing up and you have all this energy and all this inclusion, the next thing that makes the most sense, and it's what we do naturally, is we start organizing. We start creating programs. Since this book study went well, let's have a book study every fall. Or since this pancake breakfast went well, let's do one every May. That sound familiar? And that's fun, and that's wonderful, and that's exciting, and that's church. That's what we do. If a program works, we will work that program to death, right? And we're trying to avoid the to death part. But on the right side of that line of vitality really is where it's important, because once you start to kind of settle into the programs and the systems that you create to do church together, you start becoming stronger in the administrative area. And I'm looking at Liz because of her work as the chair of the board. And it's those kinds of minds that are really necessary when you start strengthening the systems of the organization. Because as we heard earlier, understanding your mission, your vision, your values, your why, all of those things really impact the programs that you do, the efforts of inclusion that you have, and really the energy and the life of your church. But what also tends to happen is that people get comfortable at this stage, in this third quadrant. We got the money or the building, we got the new members, or we had this amazing pancake breakfast, or we took this youth trip to Ghana and it went well, and now I'm just gonna sit back and just rest for a while. And then things start happening, life starts happening, and we start getting too relaxed, and we forget maybe to bring the name tags, or we assume that everybody knows everybody's name, and so we don't need name tags anymore. Or we say, we don't have any people with mobility issues, so why would we need an elevator? Or the one family we did have that had a kid with concerns or needs that we had to adapt to, well, they left, so we don't have to invest in those sorts of things anymore. And that comfort, that becoming too relaxed, what it does is it threatens our vitality, and it also threatens our sustainability. It's during this time that people, if you become too comfortable, you forget to check in with those folks that don't come as often or as regularly. You forget the names of folks, or you forget the birth dates or special occasions, or you don't send cards, or you just don't have enough time, or you are just tired because you've been doing this program for 35 years, and if you see another pancake breakfast, you're just gonna, you know. Better make it a waffle. Gluten-free with blueberries. Yes. And this is where the church has the opportunity to fall below the line of sustainability. When you're on that left side of the vitality line, you're not really sustainable. You have some energy and you have some inclusion, but you can't support all of the ideas yourself. But when you're on the right side of that line of vitality, the idea is that you are able to support the programs and the initiatives that your church has. When you dip below the line of sustainability, it means you cannot support the programs or the building or the ideas or some aspect of the ministry. And at this point, that's where it becomes really important to understand the why, so that when you dip below the line of sustainability, you don't think your only option is death. You don't think that the only option is to close. The options are different, certainly, because if you are in the top of the third quadrant and you start to notice that you're starting to get too comfortable, maybe folks are leaving, or you had a whole bunch of people die. I had one church, they had 15 funerals in 1 year. Another church, they had a major, many will, right? But if you have a major tragedy in the congregation or in the world, something that just sets back the energy or the spirit of the church, and that is on top of some of the other challenges that you might have already been facing, that influences how you're able to get back to the other side of that line of sustainability. So some of the things that you can do, very practically speaking, is if you're in that third quadrant and you start to feel like you're getting a little too relaxed, you can start to rethink or redevelop some of your programs, some of your strategies of engagement, some of your methods for ministry. It's tweaking some things, maybe having some meetings, getting some buy-in and input from folks. But once you get too far below the line of sustainability, like you're in the bottom of the 4th quadrant, you have really strong administrative meetings, but only 2 people show up to everything. Or you have a huge building budget, but you have no way to pay your pastor. Or you don't have a building or a pastor or really a mission, and you have worship service once a month, and that's it. There are churches for whom that is the case. And so the idea isn't, well, there's only 2 of you left, be done. That might end up being one of the options. But to our presenter, to his point, if you decide that closure is where you will end up, first off, we have someone in our conference, Cal Nevenzel, who works with Church Legacy and Closure now, so please contact Cal. But before that, also think creatively about some of the things that you can do to get back to the other side of that line of vitality. So what you're doing in that 4th quadrant is really understanding that if death is what you feel, you're tired and there is nothing else that you feel like you can do, a restart or a refresh is what is needed. And that gets you to the other side of that line of vitality. It gets you back to the 1st quadrant. And back to that 1st quadrant doesn't mean you have to start over as a new church, but it could mean that. It could mean that you change your ministry models. It could mean that you worship in a different location or add different programs. But whatever it is, it's drastically different than the original was. You're not just tweaking minor things that you would in the 3rd quadrant, eliminating programs or changing something. You're in that 4th quadrant and you're wanting to start over again. That means you're going to need a new launch team or a new ministry team, a new amended set of bylaws, a new mission, vision, value statement. You're starting all over again. You're not taking the old wine or the old wineskins. You're talking about new vision for what community could be. So what I love about what's coming next is that there is a group of churches who have all navigated this church life cycle in ways that I think are enriching and that could be enriching for all of us. So thank you for your time as you learn about the church life cycle and what it could mean for your church's vitality. And I'll now turn it over to my colleague, Cheryl Burke.
Did I turn it on or I didn't turn it on? Got it on? Yeah, there we go. All right, so we have some church folks ready to come on up as part of a panel to talk about their setting and some of the things they're doing. I don't know how many of you there are, so we put a bunch of chairs up here. We'll add more if we need. So come on up if you're part of the panel. That's you all. You might know who you are or you might not. That's all right. Yeah. Make sure this one's... All right, have a seat. If I need another chair, I'll grab one. Maybe we're okay. Well, maybe we can scoot this over here. You don't need to be separate from everybody else. I just wasn't sure how many people we had to go ahead, dance. All right. So, all of these folks and more are doing awesome things. Some of you are as well. But what I'd like you all to do is first introduce yourself, what church you're a part of, and say something about the community that you live in, because that's some of the context. I don't want a, 30-minute presentation, like, because you could say that much. No. You could say that much. I mean, you could say that much about your community and your church, right? So, Deb, why don't you go ahead and start? Say who you are and where you're from.
I'm Reverend Deb Grazier, and I serve First Congregational Church in Owasso, which is only about 30 minutes from here. And it is a very rural, I think the population is about 16,000. very conservative, very red area. So I think that's my introduction.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm Kathy Kerr. I am from Harrison, First Congregational Church in Harrison. We're in Clare County, and Clare County is, I think, the second poorest county in the state. At least it was rated that at one point. And I guess the reason that I was asked to come here is to talk about our baby pantry, which we house in the church's other activities, but we'll get to those, I'm sure.
Hi, I'm Amy Rohde, and I'm from Salem United Church of Christ in Farmington, which is a more affluent area. It's in Oakland County. We're right in the part of our downtown kind of old village area, and we have a church that will be celebrating next year its 150th year. We pray for the boiler every single day.
Yes, yes. I am Jim Coran, and I am in Saline at St. Paul's. Saline is a small town, but it is a affluent town, and in reality, it is almost a bedroom community of Ann Arbor. So it has its own set of challenges and whatnot.
Hi, I'm Kristen Metcalf. I'm the pastor at Salem United Church of Christ. And actually, since you're here for Salem, I don't know if I need to be on the panel, but here we are. Yeah, and I mean, with Salem, we're really right, like Amy said, we're right downtown Farmington, which I think is really like an up-and-coming kind of cool area. And I think it's really increasing in diversity and people are kind of really attracted to that area. And not necessarily our church. So that's where we're at. We're trying to figure out how we can make it more attractive. Yeah.
Thank you. So that gives us some context for where they're doing their ministry. Next, take a little bit more time to say something about the need that you have seen in the community that you're trying to address in some way. And so just tell us about what you're doing with that, and anybody can start.
It came back to me. We have a couple of needs. First of all, again, it's a rural community. There's very little diversity, but there's also a lot of judgment and a lot of persecution. And so in this last year, I'm so proud to say that our church, 185 years old, just became open and affirming a year ago. And our sister church, which is literally 4 houses away from our church, is St. John's with Pastor Mike Cooper, and he was supposed to be here today. But we have felt a need to help be a voice for to become more inclusive in our community, to open up eyes and to be more accepting and stop being so judgmental. And, you know, you can use all the cliches you want, but love instead of hate and everything else. So my husband and I've got 2 of our team here from our Open and Affirming that met for 2 years, wanted to address these issues. And so we had a pride and pasta night. And we invited the board members of our local pride, and we invited St. John's, and we got together and we listened to what the needs were for the community. What was Pride trying to do? How were they trying to organize? Well, we ended up with 2 of the members in our congregation, which is wonderful, from the board, and we decided that we would make a statement at this year's Pride. And the 2 churches would work together, and we would be a force. And so we ended up having the Episcopalian pastor come join us, even though his church isn't open and affirming, he is, and the denomination is, and so he wanted to represent. We had 3 10-by-10 booths. We stayed at the front center of this entire area where Pride took place, as our Baptist brothers and sisters were across the street with their bullhorns, shouting and speaking scripture. We stood firm, and we visited and talked with and embraced and loved. We created a brochure. We did a letter to the editor of the newspaper that came out a week before Pride about 3 downtown historic churches that supported Pride in our community. We also went ahead and this was kind of intentional, but we we made sure that we were the invocators at City Council the month before Pride, during Pride, and after Pride, just so that there was a voice of community and a voice of welcome. And so it was very intentional what we did. And may I just say, I performed my first same-sex wedding because of our Pride involvement. We spoke to many, many, many people. We did a lot of trans kids events, which we are going to continue to do. And the collaboration between the 2 United Churches of Christ and bringing in the Episcopalian, we wanted them to know that there's another God that they don't hear as much about, and that's the God that we serve. And so we had publications and everything else. And so I would say that's our success.
Well, as I said, Clare County is one of the poorest counties in the state. We're a wonderful tourist community. We've got lakes and beautiful property on the lakes, but you go a block off those lakes and you see the poverty. And so anyway, I'd like to hear that you mentioned St. John's, because St. John's, I think, was the original baby pantry in the state of Michigan, and it's housed in the church there. That's sort of where we got our model to start up, and it was started about 20 years ago. I always kind of chuckle that it probably took us 10 years before the community really realized we're there. You know, you kind of get the word out. The health department refers people and so on and so forth. And but anyway, we are serving about 100 to 110 families each month. It started out, the whole program started out with an area conference ministers association meeting. One of the churches in our county had a donation of $300 that I'm not sure how it decided, but that was directed to go to starting a baby pantry. Well, $300 doesn't go very far when you think about diapers and all that good stuff. But there were a couple of ladies in our church, since deceased, who thought, well, yeah, we could start this up, and got a corner of the church basement allocated to the project, a little closet to keep things in and so on. Well, since then we've taken over the whole church basement, and it's just grown over the years and so on. And luckily, at that time, there was no ability for the parents to get diapers. If they're on assistance, you know, your assistance covered food and Medicaid, whatever, but it did not cover diapers at all. Luckily, since COVID, kind of, really, there have been more grants and such available, and so that has really helped us out in sustaining what we do to be able to supply diapers and so on. And we get lots and lots of donations of used clothing and supplies and so on and so forth. So anyway, that's kind of our mission.
That's
there.
awesome. You said diapers and so on. What are some of the other things that people are able to get when they come?
Wow. Well, we offer clothing. We offer basically anything except car seats and cribs, because there's federal regulations on those, and we just don't handle them. But most of the clothing we give out has all been donated. And like I said, community members are very, very generous. And our clients, when they get clothes for the babies and when they grow them out, they bring them back and so on. And we've we've had some very generous donors and so on that have helped us, sustain. But like I said, the grants available for the diapers definitely have helped, because we probably give over $20,000 worth of diapers. I mean, we give out about 120,000 diapers a year,
Right.
For our little
Yeah,
our
little
little
church.
community.
Good job.
Yes, yeah. So
Thank you.
anyway,
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. A couple things. We're actually probably going to be embarking on looking at another community assessment of what does our community need. But some of the things that we've done in the past, we've partnered with the Oakland County Foster Closet Program and provided items for their supply. The school district, we surprisingly found out that a lot of kids don't have a Halloween costume to go trick-or-treating, so last year we collected costumes and had lots of those. And then one thing that is in our community that's a little different is a weavers group that meets, and they have these very large looms, and they didn't have a place to meet regularly, so they use a space in our basement where they all come together. We do get a donation from them right now. Yes, but it's amazing the work that they do. So we have them using some of our space. We have an AA meeting that meets regularly and in our church space. So, but one of the things that I think, I don't know if there's more questions, but one of the things that we're doing to kind of adapt to our challenges that a lot of us are facing is that our pastor is part-time. So we went through a book with Pastor Lawrence about part-time is plenty, and Kristen is our part-time pastor. So it's required some of the congregation to step up and do a little more and get creative on how we handle things and how we do things, but it's been a real blessing for us.
Thank you.
We were what I would call in the bottom right-hand quarter of this sign thing, this graph. And so we've had a very big challenge of trying to say, how do we sustain and what do we do? You've heard me speak before, some of you. We were trying to do a joint project with Clinton Church, Clinton UCC, share a pastor. Unfortunately, that did not work out. Clinton was really in favor of the candidate, and our people weren't so hot on. But so we have tried that. We have a real serious plus in that we have what they call Saline Social Services, which is a city-based huge program. And so we support them with food and whatnot. But a couple of things that we're trying, our big challenge is more membership. But a couple of things that we're trying, we are going to open up our gathering area for people to come in 3 mornings a week that work at home and might need a place to come in where it's quieter. We can do a limited number of copies for them. If they want copies, we can supply coffee. So we're going to try that. I don't know. You can go to the coffee shop, and that's great, but the coffee shop's not always quiet. And at $4 or $5 for a cup of fancy coffee, it's not always the cheapest thing either. So we're going to try that. And then we have a large area behind the church where the original rectory was that got moved. We have swing sets, a swing set and a jungle gym and whatnot. We're talking about adding what we hope will be a pirate ship climbing thing in the spring. But we're talking about making that a community park, St. Paul Community Park, so that we get people there now, but I don't know that everybody knows that everybody's welcome to come in and hang on the swing set and whatnot. And then the other thing that we're looking into, and I don't honestly know if we can do this or not, but is an LED sign out in front. Because our sign is parallel to the building and you can't see it. It's worthless. I had to put my name on it about this big, just so people could see my name. But it's but it's worth it. So the problem that we have with it so far is that it looks like the project is about a $30,000 project. And I have not mentioned that yet to the church council. So after I get run out of town. So those are, some of the things and ideas that we're trying. And the LED sign, we're right on Michigan Avenue. We've got a fabulous location, and thousands of cars go by us. So the LED sign would really help to emphasize things that we're doing and whatnot. So we've got some things in the works, and I think we're coming out of this bottom section, and I'm happy about that. So that's us.
Kristen, you want to say more? What? I guess we've got a little bit of time, and I want to give people time for questions. But what has been one of the challenges to add new things or to change the way that you're being? Just briefly, I'm sure there are many, but.
Yeah, I think, the thing that when I keep looking at this picture, what I'm sensing for us is we really need to, if we could, swing back through that left bottom side and pick up some energy. I think our folks, I was thinking of all the things we used to do, all the big projects and all the annual things, and it was wonderful. And when things are that organized and you've got that much momentum, it's great. But our momentum has dwindled. COVID, crushed us like everyone else. And yeah, I think right now we have good ideas, and we have some visioning that is happening, but our energy is still kind of like. What's this for? What's our why? And I'm looking forward to kind of excavating that in the next season of the church. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Anybody else want to answer that question? What's been a challenge? Go ahead. Yeah. Okay.
Our church is getting old, and that's it. Look at this white hair. I'm one of the youngest ones, And so I just don't see the church lasting for more than 15 years. Yeah.
Let me ask a question. What's going to happen to all those families who get the assistance if you go out of business?
Yeah, that's something that we're thinking about. Again, our baby pantry is its own separate 501c3, whatever, and there are I see working with the county community action agency and intermediate school district. There are all kinds of services available to families through them. In fact, Gladwin, which is a neighboring community to us, they have a baby pantry that is managed through one of these agencies and so on. There's still volunteers. I'm still working on kind of trying to figure out how to weasel in to get them to, kind of take over us. That's my particular vision, is that, some other agency will take over it and so on. But
and it's a ministry that has to have a building, right? So just,
Yeah.
As we're
Yes.
thinking about our
Yes.
ministries, some of them need buildings.
Yes, they need, yes. I could, in the talk this morning about the building use and so on, I could see our building being used for various community type things. I know Mount Pleasant has a building that's a family recently donated for the Strickler Center. It's called. It houses a clothing thing. They have their baby pantry, their various resources. But a family donated this building, and I'm not sure what maintains it and all that stuff. But
Thanks.
I could
Jim,
see
you wanted
that.
to say something, and then go ahead.
I wanted to talk about the challenge, and that is the young people. We have a one-room schoolhouse program, if you will. We had one family that had 4 or 5 kids that were coming and participating, and I think that they are going out the door because we can't provide enough for their kids. And so you're back to the question of the chicken and the egg. Which comes first? Do you have the program and no kids, or do you have kids and then you try to do the program? But if you don't have the program, you've got nothing to talk about when they come in the door. And we spent all of last week at the Saline Fair, and I talked to one young family, and they've got 2 kids, and I point blank had to say, we'd love to have you, but I got to tell you, we just don't have kids. And so I think that's one of the things that we really need to try to figure out is what do we do? I don't believe we can give up on a whole generation of people that don't know God. So the question then becomes, what do we do and how do we engage? What do we offer the younger families? How do we engage the younger families? And that's really the biggest challenge that we're working on.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Debbie, why don't you speak a little bit to what you're doing and challenges?
Well, as I'm listening to this, our young members and youth have grown over the last couple of years just incredibly. And part of that was educating the congregation and taking time to work on becoming open and affirming and what that meant. And parents gravitated because they wanted their children to grow up in an inclusive environment. And so as they heard us speaking, they would come check out the church. And there were a lot of times that we had 2 kids, 1 kid, 3 kids. Now it's 15, 17, 24, whatever, because it grows on its own. And I stopped worrying about programming, and I do a connection thing. I personally am with the kids every single Sunday for about 10 or 15 minutes. And then during the summer, they stay in, and we plan different activities for them to do in the pews. Some of them take sermon notes. Some of them make a craft in the pew. But we're there for the families to engage, and they bring other families, and it's just like this. It's wonderful. I mean, it's just the way church should be. And I think that when we pray about, and I know that we're all doing that, one of the big things is all of the things that the United Church of Christ offers. So if it's not a workshop, if it's not a training like this, if it's not a Vitality Day, take advantage, talk to other pastors, see what's going on, because you've got the gifts within your own congregation to grow something. And I'm telling you, if it's God's will, it's going to happen, it's going to explode, and that's all there is to it.
More about challenges?
Nope, I was going to ditto what Jim said.
Okay.
I was just passing it.
Okay. So let me, thank you so much. Let me open it up to any other questions before I keep asking questions. Here.
I don't have a question, but I have a couple of comments. As you were talking, Jim, about your program and not having children, I remembered Molly Baskett's book. I think it's called Real Good Church. And I read this book 15 years ago, but they didn't have any children in their church, but they renovated their nursery, painted it a bright color, filled it with brand new toys, made sure the word was in the local paper. And within a couple of weeks, a family showed up and they were able to say, we have a nursery. I would much rather see you spend that $30,000 on programming for young families. I would suggest when you think about an LED sign, and I've heard this from churches who have put them in, drive around your town and look at the electronic signs. How much of it can you read as you're driving by? How much of your message can you get out there at 35 miles an hour buzzing by that sign?
That's true.
Just because I was at a church contemplating that, and so we started to ask. And they said, our electronic sign did us no good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Other
That's a really
questions, thoughts? You got something, Jen? You're allowed.
So one, I love hearing the conversation about meeting needs in community. And in my work with youth and children and families and the brainstorming and the dreaming and grant applying that we're doing at the conference level, one of the things that is really valuable to me is kind of changing the language and rethinking what does it mean to program for families and children and youth, and how is when someone walks into our building in our sanctuary, how does it meet the needs of every generation? And how are we doing things together as opposed to saying we need a separate children's program, so that we don't have to worry if a family walks in with children, are they going to feel welcome, right? Because is there something that's in our service already that would make them feel welcome? And really just kind of reframing that in a way, because church is the only place in our culture that can be intergenerational. Kids are siloed by age in school. Sports are siloed by age. Kids and families, and Lillian has said this multiple times, they're like circling our buildings going, when is there going to be an opening for me to come in, right? Or when are you going to come out and meet me? And so that's where the baby pantry is beautiful. And I love the thinking of, people could come and work in our space. Where is there maybe energy that we could go out and meet families and kids where they are, like the fair, right? So those sorts of, again, those visioning and dreaming and thinking, what does church outside the box of our walls look like?
Thank you. Oh, sure. I want to just say something real quick about energy. You all everybody has something that gives them energy. And you got to tap into that. And if you're running so fast and busy with all the stuff that you don't have to be doing as church, you can't have the energy to do the thing that you're called to do. That's my sermon. Go ahead.
As I should have Gussie come up here, but as one of the things that we noticed as we started getting all these new families, and we have a lot of seniors, we'll just put it that way. So we did a program called 1-2-1. So we have our children matched up with a senior or someone in the congregation that wants to also be involved, and they become buddies. And so maybe they're 90 years old and all they can do is send the birthday card and the Christmas card and let the child know that they're praying. Or we have an 80-year-old who's out teaching them how to sew, how to plant, how to do things like that. But the connection, so when our families walk in the congregation, they really know a lot of people, and a lot of people really know them because we've connected them. And that's important.
Yeah, I had a question. Anyone on the panel, Jim, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but has anyone thought about uses for their parish house? Churches that have parish houses where the pastors sometimes live. Parsonage.
I didn't hear the question.
A parsonage. Have you thought of any creative ideas for parsonage?
Oh, yeah, we've got a fantastically creative idea for our church parsonage. We're selling it. No. But the problem with the parish house, truthfully, is the maintenance. I mean, we've got a 2,300 square foot parsonage in a neighborhood. It's beautiful. It's market value is about $430,000, but there's no one living in it, and it's hard to maintain. And so, the question becomes, and I don't, if we rent it, we go right back into what you were just talking about. Now we have to pay taxes because we're and that's okay, but so we've made a decision to sell it, and the parish house is not close to the church. I mean, it is within about 1.5 miles, but it's not right on the property.
That's an advantage,
Well, it is if you're the pastor, that's for sure.
Yeah, I will say, admit as conference staff for many, many years that a little while ago I told churches to sell their parsonages because nobody wanted one. I'm really regretting that now because you can't afford housing as a pastor in your communities, especially if you're part-time. And if the church had a parsonage, or a manse or whatever you want to call it, it would help you attract a pastor that you maybe couldn't afford otherwise. So, oh darn.
I'd like to speak to your point about the children. I joined Chelsea First Congregational about 3 years ago in anticipation of my son-in-law retiring from the military and the family coming with 2 small children. And those 2 small children are currently about the only children you see on Sunday. They are loved. They are doted on. I have told people, I'm not worried about the Sunday school lesson. They know they are wrapped in God's arms here, and it makes me want to cry.
Thank you. Yeah.
I want to put our esteemed speaker and guest on the spot and say, I'm just like really curious, Patrick, for you to react to our Michigan church stories and sort of put them in the national context. Where do we fit, and how do you, and by the way, what should we do with our parsonages?
So, first of all, I was sitting here wondering if you all realize how much you're doing and how challenging it is. Are you aware of it? Because it's really commendable, the energy and time and effort and soul that you put into the work of being good church members. So I just want to salute you for that, first of all. It's tough, it's hard. And so the other thing I think all of us could benefit from, and this is why I often go to gatherings that have nothing to do with church buildings, often with finance and or other aspects of organizations, and I usually am the only one there in the field, and I find that's where I do the most learning. So, it's the challenge is trying to get a new perspective on things. So I would encourage each of you to try to figure out situations where you can be in a space, and I know you don't run around at conferences and stuff, but where you can read or something where you can shift your thinking a little bit or hear like what somebody else is doing. Like, I'll give you an example. I never heard of a baby pantry until today, right? So now this is an amazing thing. Now I'm saying, wow, this is a baby pantry. That's a great thing. You can do this, you can do that. One idea can change your perspective. So your church, you resonate. Your story resonated with me the most, and I think it seems like you're fighting for survival. Is that fair?
I would say that's fair.
And
to keep the path.
Yeah, and that's a lot of UCC churches. And I think you need a lot of support in that and thinking that through, because you're not gonna, if you don't get the support from the outside, you're gonna make decisions based on just the information that you're having, and it may not be the best. Yeah. A little bit different. You guys have a pastor? Do you have a pastor? Oh, you are the pastor. Yeah. Part-time, so same thing. Yeah, similar thing. Yeah. Make sure that you're speaking to folks that aren't there to give you support, your conference staff and others. And we could help if you need. Those are my reactions. But I mean, the work is amazing. That you're getting the way that families have started to come. That's not typical. So something you're doing, or something in the circumstances of where you are, is bringing that about, and that's a wonderful thing.
It takes a unique personality to get that going.
It does. I will say relationship, relationship, relationship,
Yeah.
and that's what Debbie does.
And as far as anything with youth, because you guys have Aaron in this conference and here, and you know, I would just pull all of them together and just let them talk, and you're going to get 10 or 12 ideas from that, because I've yet to see a church that attracts youth just because they want them. I've heard every church say, we need young people. Yeah, we need young people. Yeah, young people. That's about as far as it goes. So how do you do that? And I'm not an expert on that, but Aaron is, and you know. So just get them together, let them do this, and then here's some things. So support, seeking out support, and I guess the hardest thing, if you're a church that's understands that you're heading to closure, then you have to really focus on the fact that you're heading to closure. So you have to start thinking about what's next. And if it's merge, if it's as you've tried, if it's close and sell, if it's close and start something new with somebody else, I think you have to lean into the fact that, yeah, we're closing. And I'm not pushing you to close. I'm saying if you coming to that understanding, it's really hard to be in that place. It's really hard because especially when it gets down to less than 20 people, because then I hate to say it, but this is how people think. I don't want to be the last one to close the doors. Somebody might even say that, you know. So that's not a dynamic that's going to produce, you know, new thinking. That's a sort of resignation. And I get it because it's a tough thing, but you wanna be proactive, especially there, because and Lawrence said it. You know, we're about resurrection, and we're good with that theoretically, right? But in application, sometimes we're not. Yeah, okay, at resurrection, yeah, we believe in that, but
You just don't want to have to die first.
yeah, right, yeah. The applications are tough.
I said I just don't want to have to die first before the. All right, we're almost out of time. Let me get.
I know you said you had never heard of a baby bank. I just want you to know, First Congregational Church in Chelsea, we do have a free diaper bank. Started about 2 years ago. Started out with $1,000. Myself and the pastor sat at my kitchen table one day and said, I would really like to do this. And so now we serve about 50 families, but it's difficult. I need to speak with you about grants, and we're looking for grants and whatever to keep us going.
And a grant from the UCC to help us.
Yeah, great. Yes, we got a small grant from the UCC, which we appreciated very much. So the diaper banks are there, and they are thriving and much needed.
Thank you. One more, and then we're going to thank our panel profusely. Oh, an online comment.
All right, so our friend Aaron, who is online, said, not so much a question, but I own a few rentals as part of my retirement plan. There's a creative pastor here. It says, I've been doing it for over 10 years now, and if any churches would like to discuss renting their parsonage versus selling, he would be happy to offer his experience to help them get started. His rentals are also Section 8 eligible, so he has experience in regards to that, which is for low-income housing. So we have a resource in Aaron Ryder. Yep. In Sheboygan.
All right, thank you.
So we have had a beautiful day so far. I thank all of you for being here. I want to now introduce our lovely conference minister, Reverend Dr. Lillian Daniel, and she's going to share a reflection for us. And so, Lillian, will you please come up?
Thank you. Can I say, though, how great it is to come into a pulpit where the default is to have the step, and then they have to make special arrangements for the tall guy? I just love that. We're taking over. It's like Middle Earth over here. Oh my gosh. So I have been taking copious notes because my role here is to offer some theological reflection and some biblical reflection on what we've been talking about. I think it's amazing how the Holy Spirit works. We cannot plan this stuff. That the scripture you had on your slide was the one that was read as part of the service. The parable of the talents, obviously, is such an important metaphor. And I knew the story that Cheryl was telling was not actually about rice, but I did think it was just Cheryl venting about her 4 kids. And so I appreciate your interpretation of Cheryl's parable. I am taking away from this the question of why, or to what end. And I feel like I can talk to this group about this because we've had this experience together. And I don't want you to feel judged at all, because I think, if anything, I put myself in the category of this too. But I think the church has something to say about selfishness. And our tradition has something to say about selfishness versus generosity. Hoarding our treasures in barns versus helping the person in need right in front of us, right? And I think that when institutions are in decline, they get scared to be bold. And I'm not talking about bold like start a new mission project. I'm talking about bold like remember what Jesus said. And so I even want to talk about sin. I do, and when I do that, I recognize that the UCC we are a bunch of mutts, and we come from a variety of religious traditions, and that there's always a number of us in the room, myself included, who have been abused by the use of the word sin. But it's actually, as I get into it, it's a deeply liberating and complex idea that it's not meant to make us feel guilty, but it's just meant to make us want to do better. sin is the absence of God or distance between ourselves and God. Sin, selfish behavior, whatever, creates distance between us and God, distance between us and other people, and it's not the way we're meant to be. And so part of why people built these amazing buildings and churches in the first place was that there was this treasure trove of information in the Bible that Jesus was raised with, you know, the scriptures of Judaism, and then all the Gospels and the writings of the early church. And they said, like, we have problems in the world that we think we all better get together and talk about so we can do better, including problems like selfishness or problems like obsessing over the current moment and thinking that this current moment is all there is, right? There were ideas in there about eternity. How does it change how you live your life in this moment of scarcity or fear if you know that the resurrection has happened and that Jesus has already died, come back, left the building, but that even the concept of time is a construct of the Creator who made it all, and we see through a mirror dimly. I mean, when we are clinging to buildings, we are revealing our deepest pain and insecurity, that this is all there is, right? And I think a lot of the grief around church stuff is just the human condition of grief. You know, that I love when Patrick said, you know, okay, you're getting older, but do you think you're going to drop dead tomorrow, right? I think we don't want to think about any of it. And so we have fights over church buildings that might really be fights about human mortality and the unfairness that we don't get to be here forever, and the griefs and the people we've lost. And we say, I have lost friends, I have lost family, I have gone through suffering. Do not take this church away from me, right? But also, like, don't make me think about my own church building, my body, my own temple, right? I mean, you know, Jesus talks about the human body as a temple in the same way that it's something that it's kind of special, but it's not that big a deal. It's just a temple. It's just a thing. So I think these are deeper theological questions, and if we could talk more about those in our worship services and our sermons, the real deep stuff, that's why people come to church. They don't come to church to make friends. They're not coming to church to join a committee. They're not coming to church hoping that somebody will ask them to stand up and introduce themselves when it's taken all their courage and everything they had to put a foot in here. And by the way, families with kids are not coming to church because their kids don't know any kids and they're hoping to run into some, right? Like, we are not a school. We are not an age-segregated organization. People are not coming to church, they're not even coming to church for how great intergenerational community is. I think they might actually be coming to church for God. They might actually be coming to church because they're afraid of dying. They might be coming to church because their hearts are broken, and they think, if this world is all there is, like, what is the meaning of that? They might be coming to church because they are in the deepest despair, and on the outside they look beautiful and well-dressed and happy, but this is their hardest thing they've done, is just to get up in the morning and come somewhere. And then we want to talk about budgets, or we deal with those church visitors as currency. Now, I don't think this group is doing that. Like, I think we are asking the deep why questions. But some of these things have to be addressed by pastors and spiritually mature church members who will turn to the people who are saying these spiritually immature things, even dare I say selfish, and are willing to say, that sounds selfish. Institutions, when they are declining, they don't want to stir up that kind of trouble. But the people who would bother to come to a church today are looking for that kind of trouble. They can sing in a choir at the community college down the street. They can hear classical music at a concert. They can see beautiful buildings. They can probably get better food than we're serving in their own house, maybe, or at home. I mean, why are they coming? And then we have to ask ourselves, why are we coming? And if we're coming because this is a clubhouse and our special friends meet here, let's admit that, but just take the cross down. You know, just admit it. Just stop pretending, right? If we are in worship saying prayers that run like a long informational laundry list to God, as if God doesn't know who's sick, right? Who are we doing that for? And in everything we do as a church, what are we telling that person who might be peering in on the internet or visiting for the first time? Would they know that we are an outward-focused organization who are dealing with deep transcendental questions? Or would they think, I feel like I've stumbled into a PTA meeting and I don't even like children? I mean, we have to get the edge back, and the edge is the gospel. And if we are talking about that, right? And so people are in here because they don't want to lose their car because they've lost their job and they're leasing a fancy car, and they're projecting all that onto the church and fighting about the color of the curtains or whatever. Like, we have to be able to say to one another, that is not why we are here. It's not why we're here. So we are here to worship. And so Patrick and I have debated this, but I would say that if all you do in church is worship, you have done enough. That is our job, right? Like, that's got our name on it. NPR is covering the topics of the day, so is Fox News, right? But if people come to church, they want to worship. And so if we act as though nobody's listening up there and we're just lecturing each other through the prayers, you know, we have one job, and it's worship. And I believe that if we worship, we're going to have more jobs. And we're going to want to go out in the community and say, where's the pain? You know, oh, look, you can't use your food stamps, you can't use your card to get sanitary products for women. Like, that's a source of pain, right? We care about that. And that's not for us. So the question of selfishness, I think, like, maybe has to be raised. And Patrick, I said, "What, do you ever tell churches they're being selfish?" And he's like, no. But could we say it lovingly to each other, or just catch ourselves in it? I catch myself in it all the time, right? And I have to ask myself, to what end, right? I want the Michigan Conference to thrive. To what end? I have in my mind it's to serve the churches and the congregations. But even in denominational life, we are guilty often of answering questions that nobody's asking and continuing our own institutional survival. So nobody is free of this kind of selfishness or whatnot. But if we keep asking that why question, it's so important. So I think about different churches I've been a part of. The first UCC church I joined, I thought I had discovered nirvana, heaven, the perfect church, just as Jesus intended it. I was raised in the Anglican tradition that you were talking about before. They, of course, are now my arch enemies, but so I was highly triggered by that, you know, see it all. No, I grew up happy in the Episcopal Church, right? But anyway, I ended up discovering the UCC, and I loved the historic nature of it, that it wasn't a fly-by-night, you know, trendy thing. These were people steeped, I realized I was steeped in the Reformation, and the Anglicans really didn't do it. They just pretended. But that scripture was so important, that those old New England churches where it might be a tiny little church, but the pulpit is like way up here and the Bible's up here because the word is elevated, and then you're protected from any criticism as the preacher. But honestly, like, I loved our justice stances in the UCC too. But I came to understand that those grew out of the scripture and the worship. So if all we do is study scripture and worship, like, we are doing our job, because that's what makes people fight for the abolition of slavery. That's what makes people take risks so that we can read scripture. That's the risk. That early church, though, that I joined had an endowment of $20-something million. And this was back when I was in seminary, so early 90s, right? So imagine what it is today. And they had about 40 people coming to church. They had 2 new visionary pastors who are like all about the needs of the community organizing, all that stuff. And I was in seminary at the time. I joined that church. And we sat in a new member class where these pastors inspired us, and we inspired each other. We were so excited. And then I'll never forget his name. Barker Keith was his name, the head deacon, senior deacon. Came and he said, here's something all you new members need to know. This church has, $25 million. We were founded in 1600, whatever. We are the only UCC church with an underground crypt. It's like, oh, we're all on the edge of our seats now. Like, the community organizer, forget about that. Like, I didn't know about the crypt. That's so exciting. And then he proceeded to say, you think you're going to make a difference if you come in, well, I've been here for 78 years. And he said, I can tell you that the history is what we're about, and if none of y'all ever joined the church, we never got a new member, we would exist forever. Right? I mean, right? But like, the church was so polite that we would let somebody say something like that to the new member group. And of course, the pastors are like, but somebody should have said it to him, right? And probably some of us joining the church should have said it. So to reclaim that and to ask those hard questions, the church I served in New Haven later after graduating and all that was not one of the ones with $28 million. And we had too many UCC churches in this city of New Haven, I was at Church the Redeemer up the hill. We had some endowment money, but we thought we were poor. Looking back on it, that church had more money than 90% of our churches do in Michigan, right? But we thought we were poor because we didn't have that much, right? And so the question was always, what do we do with this building? We love our building, but it wasn't like Notre Dame. It wasn't as significant as the truly significant historical buildings. It was just like a cool, 1920s brick church with white columns. And but we loved it, of course, right? But the idea was always that one day Yale will buy it. So we'll never die, because one day Yale will buy this, and then we can pay a pastor like you hire a magician for your kid's birthday party every week into eternity, right? That's also a form of idolatry and faithlessness. That church, long after I left, but they hit some of these questions in a harder. We became a thriving church. We did, and but when they hit these questions down the road, their first thought was to go merge with one of the $27 million churches downtown. Because I didn't mention there was Center Church, and then next door to it, another church with 20-something million. And so they were trying to merge with them, and my church, Jesus' church that I served in the past, had members and families and didn't think they had money, but they did, comparatively. The other church didn't have those things, but had $27 million. It was publicized in the newspaper what they were going to do. They were going to share a building. It was going to be great stewardship, blah, blah, blah. And it ended up getting defeated by the other church at their meeting when they all voted on it. The other church said, yeah, we're going to vote yes on this, except for the part where these new people from Church of the Redeemer, they actually can't join our governing board or have any control over our finances. Okay? That's an idolatry of sorts. I think we make an idolatry of children and youth and young families, not just in our churches. It's a sin of American culture. We devalue certain age groups, ignore them, make them invisible. And by the way, we claim to care about families with children, it's really just some, right? We ignore a lot of families with children, walk right by them and their pain and needs, right? But I see this when, every church you visit says, I say, what are those concerns you have? And they say, we need to grow the youth program. We need to get youth in here, as if I think that's a bad idea, but because I'm like, okay, I'm going to reverse all our policies, which have been about keeping children away, because, I'd never realized that wasn't a growth program. But honestly, when you ask the question of why, they say because we need them essentially to recreate what we used to have. And the programs that sometimes churches do to attract these kids are programs that they did in the past that they like doing. Okay, now I'm really going to upset people, but I'm just going to put it out there. I think the children's sermon is an example of this. That they've done research on this. Families visiting churches for the first time, it would be their worst nightmare to be there and have their children called up to the front in front of everybody else. The saddest thing for me is the churches that have a regularly scheduled children's sermon, and then it gets to that time and they look out and they say, well, there's no kids here, so moving right along. What does that tell people? Right? Wouldn't it be better if there were just multiple points in the service where the kids are invited to be a part of it if they're there? But not when they're up here being objectified, put on the spot, being taught to be little wiseacres if they're beloved in the church. Because, every church has the pet family, right? And those little kids could give the children's sermon, and they're hilarious, and everyone likes it. But it's not welcoming to new people. And also, who does it serve? Is it a good pedagogical tool for teaching children about Jesus? No. It's about entertaining the adults. That's selfish, right? Why are we doing it? Visited a church where they were saying, we need younger members and blah, blah. And this is a great church, and they were growing, and they had new people. But these people were saying, this is the problem, and this hasn't happened, and, it's the pastor's fault, and what have you. And the lady standing next to me says, well, I disagree with that. We just joined the church 2 years ago, and we love it here, and we were so excited to find it. And they said, you don't count, you don't have kids. So some of these questions we're debating are deep theological questions about selfishness and the human condition. And then the positive side is sacrifice. And so I go back to, why do we build these buildings in the first place? So when you look at these stunning buildings, whether it's a cathedral or in Iowa where I served, in Iowa, there was beautiful downtown churches, that have my church had the first pipe organ on that side of the Mississippi, right? And so, so we had to spend millions of dollars to keep that up because, anyway, yeah. And now I'm the conference minister of Michigan. So, no, but the reason, though, that they cared about that, it wasn't selfishness. It wasn't. The reason that was important, that was not rich people. That was regular people saving up their nickels and dimes. That was people who were benefiting from the movement on the East Coast that was starting to see the Midwest as the Western Reserve and starting churches here. But those early churches were log cabins in Michigan and Iowa, right? They were not cathedrals. And then those people saved their money because this is the radical idea. And this does go back to the Catholic Church, to everybody. Followers of Jesus meeting in people's houses, and then they say, what if we built something beautiful for God, right? What if we created art and music that were transcendental? And we do that not to put on a concert, but for the glory of God. And we make a building that is much more beautiful than any house any of us could live in. And so when you're driving around in rural Iowa, every other town, simple, beautiful farm towns, and there will be a magnificent church. One Lutheran, next town, one Catholic. and it's on the highest point of whatever hill there is in Iowa, and they stretched the ceilings like of the heavens, right? And you think these were German farmers, Catholics and Lutherans, right? Who were building something beautiful for God and for each other. But it was they didn't leave that for us to fetishize it, right? They didn't think they were creating museums. So these are just some of the things I think about here as I look at all this. So the Church of the Redeemer, the one that was talking about trying to merge with that church that turned them down, I went online and saw recently that they were now condos. So the university didn't buy the building, but they sold it for condos. And you know what's particularly appalling? They're just like not attractive condos. I mean, it's just like that trendy, gray, taupey everything. It's already outdated. I wish I could have designed the condos in some way. But they're condos now. And I was getting very depressed and very down about that and thinking, what does it all mean, pouring all those years into that ministry and stuff like that. And then I see on Facebook, you know, the church members, and I had this moment where like, oh my gosh, they didn't die. The church didn't die. I mean, the church closed in that sense. What ended up happening was they said, okay, thank you very much, Rich Church down the road there. They ended up pretty much all of them joining this wonderful UCC church that is not as well endowed up the road. And like, when I've run into those people and stuff, I say, oh, I'm just so sad about the church closing. They said, we're still here. Not dead yet. You know? And like, I met the pastor of that church they all joined. It's like, greatest gift that ever happened to us. And by the way, they brought the condo money with them. Because unlike their enemies down the town, they were not selfish. But you know, just to think about these questions in those terms, is it too harsh or does it get you energized? Because at least we can argue about it. And let's not be just nice about it. Let's not be nice about it. This stuff matters. And I think it's exciting. I really do. Last thing I want to say is, having said all that, I think we devalue ourselves and our property. So we're capable of being selfish on the one hand and having neurotic self-esteem issues on the other, okay? And the way that plays out in church life, especially in progressive churches, I find, is that we don't claim the honor and glory of the Holy Spirit and God in all of this. And so we say things like, well, yeah, sure, nonprofit, you can use our building for free. And part of it harkens back to the day when maybe our church was the rich church in town. Maybe it was the one that the rich people went to. And so they were the mini United Way, because there wasn't a United Way back then. So they gave $200 to this or $2,000 to this, and they started the interfaith clergy group and blah, 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 blah. And, you know, when I visit church, I say, why? What do you do? Well, we started this. We did this. We've decided it's more efficient to be the mini United Way. And it's like, it might be if you are the United Way. That's very efficient. But like if you're a church trying to get other people to worship God in community, that's not efficient, right? But there's so much more that we could do, and why do we devalue ourselves and the church? And I think part of it is we've been injured and hurt by churches that overvalued themselves, like, oh, you must give to this mission and the prosperity gospel and blah, blah. But I think also deep down, like, do we really honor God and worship of something other than ourselves? And are we afraid to claim that? Because these things are treasures, and every other nonprofit has to pay bills. And so to just we've got to shake loose this idea that if it benefits the church in any way, it's of Satan. I love the story from Africa where his criterion are the three things, but the first is it's got to benefit the diocese, like unashamedly so. And in our experience of putting our office on the market, I've had some remarkable experiences, but our office is near here. It's in this very lovely kind of affluent suburban area near the shopping centers and whatnot and stuff. And some of it is adjacent to a neighborhood, of houses that are very lovely houses, et cetera. And I've got some interesting conversation where people have said, like, well, what will you do with that money, or why would you do this, or whatever? It's like, what would we do with it? We would do ministry. We would try to serve y'all and help with things. We try to support our churches, try to help people get sabbaticals. We try to, all kinds of things. But then some of the neighbors are like, well, we think that's selfish that you would want to sell this because it's 14 acres of woods and our kids get to play in it. And I said, we're a nonprofit and we serve struggling nonprofits. And the old image of ourselves as Lady Bountiful, Mini United Way, we start this, we start that, it's a place of privilege that we don't exist in anymore. So back then, we were strong institutionally and had money and wealth, and our job was to help the other poor, struggling, small nonprofits. We are poor, struggling, small nonprofits, and we are worthy of asking for what we need because what we do matters, right? We are essential workers. And to say that our value, please give to the church because then we'll be the Mini United Way and give $200 to 20 organizations, people are smart. But to say, no, you should support us because we are caring for souls and bodies in the same way the food pantry is. We have something crucial. There would be people hurting without us. And so then don't take what you have and throw it away. These are some of the things you've inspired in me today, all of you. I hope this resonates. And I guess I would say, let's go back and be courageous. What's our biggest fear? That we'll make people mad and they'll leave the church? I mean, honestly, I do feel like that's where we are, and so why not, right? Why not have the deep conversations? Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Lillian. That was inspiring. We want to make sure that this gets shared for folks in your churches and beyond in the conference, that we hear those. Yeah, no, do. I think we do. It's too late. It's live stream. So we would. We're making jokes. So we would like to invite now a conversation with our conference minister, and so you'll be invited to ask any questions, bring up a topic that you would like Lillian to talk more about, and we'll pass around the mic.
There we go. Thank you.
I just spent 5 days and 5 nights at the Saline Fair next to a landscape company that drew so many people with the drawing. It was amazing, and no one stopped to me. My question is, in a world that people don't want to listen, how do we get them to listen? I mean, that's you know, I've done door hanger. I've done almost 900 door hangers. I mean, how do you get people to listen?
And also, how do you get people to come? First to come where they could listen is the question also, right? So I don't think our problem is that people don't know we exist. So door hangers and signs that say we exist, I'm not sure that's the answer. I don't think we have a marketing problem. We have prime real estate at key intersections in the middle of town, and we've been there for hundreds of years. It's not that people don't know the church exists. So I think part of it is like, what do they receive if they do show up? And that's something we've got to think about. And also, though, that like the gospel message is conveyed in different ways at different times. You know, we're not singing Gregorian chants right now. Although, interestingly, that's made a comeback, right? But like, so, you know, I don't think it's door hangings and things like that. I also think we are an overly scheduled culture in many ways. So like, our model is based on you need programming in your life. Your children don't have a place to play sports, so we are going to have a church gym with a basketball net. And then now we're upset and we're like, okay, we need to go tell everybody we still have the basketball net. And the world has changed. So the question is, what are people lacking? What do they need? And the Jesus way of doing it, right, was that he would go out and he wouldn't say, I'm here to give a talk, you know, but he'd be out there and somebody's sick, somebody has physical, you know, sickness, despair, what have you, and he's trying to minister to that person. And then they're like, hey, would you give a talk about that? You know, so I think part of it is like, how do we get out there? And so I don't think it's having a booth at the county fair. I'm not even sure it's having a booth at Pride events, even though I think that's a good idea, because that might be a space where people need to know we do exist, you know? But I think it's also about like, are we going to the county fair and giving out things that people need? You know, animal blessings, great example. That's something secular culture loves, but they're probably not going to show up at our church to have it done. So go to the farmer's market, have a booth, offer animal blessings, and wear your vestments, clergy, and be visible. But if people say like, well, wait, like, what do we have to do to get this? No, I'm going to bless your pet. Like, you know, but trying to figure out where the points of pain are. Our churches sit in these beautiful areas, particularly our urban ones. Everybody wants a dog park, you know? Everyone wants a dog park. That's so low cost. You become the church that lets people poop on your grass. But, you know, but it's building the hospital where there's not one, but you know, there's like, but it's literally though, doing something that is not what we already do in order to meet a need that we did not previously know about. That's how we'll connect with people. But the people know we're there, you know. There's.
A comment first and then a question. I just appreciated your speaking about like the days have passed where churches, as you kind of go toward the larger, you know, from our churches toward national, the idea of that becoming richer and richer and richer as you go, that those days are kind of behind us. That has been a re-education at this congregation, that there is not some, like with National Public Radio, for example, they get some funding from
the feds and from these other sources of income besides just the drive that they do every once in a while. And here it's like, nope, it's really all based on the giving from the congregation. That is 100% of our income.
Yes.
And at this church in particular, we have an endowment, but it is, it really is, it doesn't matter. It's not in the millions. It's not anywhere. It's not going to fund us into the future. Like, it wouldn't get us through a year, right? So that has just been a really important re-education part of our generosity campaign, is to just let the congregation know that, because I think that was surprising to some folks. And also, there are churches like this one that are in this really interesting space of having a lot of energy and new members joining and people taking on programming, and I feel like our worship is really healthy and like all of that. And also, I still get nervous about the budget like every day. Every day. And so I just wondered if you could maybe speak to that kind of in-between space, because I feel like we're talking about being super, super healthy, or being like, oh, do we have to talk about closing? And there is a really big spectrum in the midst.
Yes. So first, I also stay up at night worrying about the budget of the Michigan Conference. So I feel you. In fact, I worry more about that than I did when I was in the parish. So I feel you. And I have to stop and say we are blessed, and we are in a comparatively good position. I mean, we always point to, in the conference minister world, we're like, oh, Southern New England, they have like $20 billion, and they're the biggest conference in the UCC because they merged all the richest, biggest chunk of the country out there, you know, and it's not their great financial wizard. They just started early with their $100, you know, but like, I forget to compare Michigan to the 4 enormous conferences in Pennsylvania. They have so many churches there. They have 4 conferences, and they're trying to merge. And if they merge, their endowments are significantly less than ours, but they're like 4 times as big, right? So this is, I think, what we all have to have that discipline. I look back on my church in New Haven, Redeemer. I don't think it had to close. I mean, I think sometimes we drink the Kool-Aid of the culture around us, and Connecticut is a place of enormous wealth, and so you feel poor because you don't have that kind of money. But the truth is, you know, they had a budget of over $200,000. That's totally sustainable. You know, that building was paid off, right? So it's, I think we have to look at scarcity and generosity ourselves, but also I think we have to talk honestly about money. In the church, we are so nervous to talk about money. I mean, in the culture we are, you know? And so even among my colleagues in the conference ministry, I'm like begging people to show me their budgets. I'm like, here's mine, you know? But everyone is like, we get nervous about it. I think maybe it has to do with the human condition also. Like a lot of pastors, I believe, are hesitant to talk about money openly with their congregations because we, as pastors, have personal shame, maybe around our own family money situation, you know, oh, I have all this debt, or I can't make end meet, or, you know, I'm using my credit card to pay for school supplies and this and that. And like, I'm the last person who's gonna stand up and tell everybody about this. But the truth is, we're feeling what everyone feels, you know, and the richest person in the congregation may be maxed out financially, and it's a mirage. So, you know, I think part of it is being honest about that, but also I think making a case for why people should give. So for so long in the churches, speaking of devaluing, we said, you should give to us because we give 10% of our money to these charities. Well, that's not a good argument. You should give to us like we're a college. You know, like we shape people. We are engaged in spiritual formation, even if we never gave $1 away. Like, invest in us because you believe that this needs to continue, and that you were shaped by this, and it helps to make people better. And if we can't say that, then, I don't know what we're doing. But not to say give to us so that then we can give it away in an enormously inefficient manner. And by the way, even the United Way is having problems with that model. Because people are like, if I want to give to Ukraine, I'm going to give directly to Ukraine. I don't have to pay the United Way to do that. And the other thing is, I just want to name this. The fundraising world and the nonprofit world is capable of sin and greed, just like everybody, because we're human beings. And so even in church circles, even in the UCC, I regret that there's not more covenant, and that it almost feels like we're working around each other. So I'll give you an example of how it affects the Michigan Conference. The old model, when Patrick was referring to those old Congregationalists, was that they didn't want any denominations because they hated bishops and hierarchy and all the things. But eventually, they're going to say, there are things we need to help each other with. Like, we need new pastors, so who's going to train them? Maybe we should have a little school to do that, right? Maybe we should help the churches that have less, to do something. Later, it was maybe we should send Bibles to these people in other countries or help them. But it was basically, we do together what we cannot do alone, but it's not top down. So the money flowed to the associations. That's how it went. The General Association in Connecticut is the oldest meeting body in the United States. And that was the Congregationalist churches. That's the oldest regular meeting that's happened in the whole country, And so, but they would do that, but the idea was to do something for others. And eventually, things get more complicated. The associations say, well, maybe we should work together. Maybe we should merge with these other denominations, but we don't want to be a denomination. And when we became the UCC, we still had all these different pots of money with different names on it. This is the reality that poor Patrick has to suffer through. This old fiefdoms and silos and all that. But the model was, traditionally, I, Lillian, am a member of Hazlitt, so I give 10% of my income to the church, right? Hazlitt, you are a church, but you take 10% of what the members give, and you send it to the next level, right? And it was to the conference was kind of the model. And then the conference says we could use every dollar, but we send it to national. What happens when you're in crisis and it's getting scarce is we balkanize and we start poaching off each other. And so associations have their own dues. And basic support, which was supposed to be the covenantal line, right? And I still want it to be. But we start having associations saying, we're just going to recruit our own dues. We're not going to worry about that. And then the national church says, we're going to have special offerings for things like work overseas. But the old model was like you were already participating in that. So when I started in ministry, my conference minister in Connecticut would come and say, thank you for your giving to OCWM through Basic Support Church. This is how it works. Connecticut Conference keeps some of it to do this ministry. We send it to national, and then when a tornado hits or there's wildfires, your money is already there showing Christ's love. Well, now you get emails, you get donor requests. If you are a person of wealth, you might have special visits from people for special projects. And so where do we fall in all that? And I still think that, and I support the efforts of the national, and I'm proud that we did make a change. We take 10% and send it to national, which is less than we used to, but that's because the model has changed. But I think our churches haven't kind of figured out, so they'll say, I support the Michigan Conference, I paid my association dues, or we do a collection for the basic support. But the covenantal way it was supposed to work was that was the way you as churches help support each other, so that the church that has almost no resources and gets hit by the storm, it can receive care, right? But it's all gotten kind of balkanized. And so that's the covenantal piece, is like, how do we come back, and how do we trust each other too, to do that, And I think in our church membership, it's the same way. So I'm not a fan of allowing church members to or asking church members to give to multiple different things. Like, you can nickel and dime yourself out of existence. It's like the operating budget, there's no shame in giving to that. Don't say, oh, you can only give to missions here. No, we are the mission. Like, we are a nonprofit. Like, you are supporting us. And don't bake sale people to death, and don't charge them $4 for the dinner that cost, $8 to make. Like, give them the dinner. But this is sort of the way the world is moving now. Yeah. And so how do we just say, like, no, let's trust each other. Let's feed each other. And we're going to trust that if you are a highly resourced church, you will not be the first to apply for a grant from the Michigan Conference, because the point is to get that money to the churches that need it. And that's also on us to make sure that it's fair too.
Anybody else? Here.
Just a broad comment about language, how we talk about money. And I think, Betsy, it was you that said generosity campaign. And a light bulb went off in my head, because I am not fond of stewardship campaigns.
Yeah.
To me, it's a stodgy word. It's an old-fashioned word. It's a demand, where generosity is, I am given an opportunity to participate. And I think we need to begin to use different language that makes your heart beat faster, because for me, that's part of why I do what I do as a pastor, is my own heart beats faster. Thinking, I get to do this. And how do we help our church members think, I get to do this? And so we're not calling it a stewardship campaign as long as I'm there.
I'm right with you. And by the way, the roots of stewardship are like, you are the Lord and Master Steward of, like, it's like this old language. And so it's like, you have the treasure and you guard it, right? Or you share your treasure. That's not a helpful model. And also, let's just not make up goofy words for words that we already have. Like, we are trying to ask you to give money to the church. And don't say it's time, talent, and treasure, because those are 3 different things. We also would love for you to give time and talent, and if you can give $5 of treasure, that's a beautiful thing. But we ask people to give not because we need it, but because we as human beings need to give. So truly, every dollar amount is valuable, right? But it's also a basic spiritual practice, and we've got to recover that. We've got to recover that. And celebrate it. And also to name the fact that given that human beings are selfish, like I am, it is the scariest thing in the world to ask people to take something out of their pocket and put it in a bucket that then a group that they don't control gets to spend on curtains that may not be the color that they wanted. Like, yeah. Others? Yeah.
Any last question you want to ask?
Well, I'm going to put you staff on the thing and just say, can you each stand up and tell this group what your job is and what you focus on? In 12 seconds. But no, because we made some changes. Yeah. Well, so, yeah. Tell them the legacy part. Yes.
I really shouldn't go first, because I just asked Lillian, can you tell them what my job is? And I said that because I have served as the Southwest Association minister for 4 years and 5 years, maybe. 5 years. And so I've served as like a regional associate conference minister for the Southwest region. And we're shifting a little bit, and I'm trying to grow in my learning of legacy, as Lawrence mentioned earlier, and some other special projects, which includes the German partnership that we have had in the past and are trying to revamp. So that's a little plug if anyone's interested in joining the team for that. I would love to have you, or if you know someone else who might be want to be a part of that.
And in some way, like, this is so, because what I'm trying to say is we're struggling with all the same things you're struggling with in your churches. And I think one area where we're not necessarily being fiscally responsible, is when we just try to keep funding things or positions that we've always funded, when instead we should be responding to what the needs are. So in Cal's situation, it was like it had ended up just kind of the way it unfolded. This was the only association that like kind of felt like they had a special person, but the others didn't have that. And I was like, wait, how do you serve the whole Michigan Conference? You know, I know they love you and you love them, but like we all have to constantly be adjusting our job descriptions. So that's part of why I'm going to hand it to Lawrence.
And then I'll hand it to Jen, and Jen can hand it to Cheryl.
Yeah.
I'm Lawrence. I'm the Associate Conference Minister for Church Vitality and Transitions. I get to work with Search and Call, with churches that are not doing stewardship, but doing generosity campaigns. And, you know, churches certainly that are in conflict, but we also get to work together on communications projects, funding projects, any number of things that really serve the life, the vitality and the well-being and wellness of our churches and our clergy.
I'm Jen Ringgold. I have been with the conference now for 5 years. I started as a very part-time program associate for youth ministries, which is my passion area, faith formation and children and youth and intergenerational ministry. I get to do that very part-time. And then for the last 2 years, I have also had the title of Director of Communication. And so your newsletters, the social media, the way that we are hoping to be outward focused in a way that is connecting all of us, celebrating, telling stories. I'm super inspired. I have we talked yesterday in a Zoom about preserving the integrity of stories, and I have so many stories from today. So that's super exciting, and just helping churches realize that they're not alone. So that's pretty much what I get to do.
And Jen is an example of that changing focus. It used to be communications was like every church fair was supposed to be listed in the conference newsletter as if like that's going to triple your attendance, you know, in a large state, right? The new model is we want to connect with the local churches, but we want to tell stories about what you're doing to inspire and connect with others. You know, that's a different focus, right? To encourage and inspire, and Jen's been amazing on that.
Thank you. Cheryl Burke, Associate Conference Minister for Clergy Care and Formation. I've had to memorize that title. I've been here 19 years and have had many titles and jobs over the years. But my focus is on committees on ministry, members in discernment, clergy care communities, trying to take care of our clergy who are working hard and struggling these days, as our churches are. So that's my new focus.
So if you think of it, what we did was we had a lot of part-time people in different configurations, but as I look at it from the big picture, we are responsible to congregations and their leaders as well as clergy. And so it doesn't quite neatly divide, but like Cheryl is kind of interacting with the clergy, and also our biggest challenge is recruiting clergy. And then when we get them, taking care of them here. And we can't necessarily do that with money, but we can do that with love and attention and by pulling volunteers in to run clergy groups, etc. On Lawrence's end, he's kind of like your congregation board focused, so they can call him about visioning or looking for a new pastor or, what are some ideas like the fantastic presentation you did today. And then having said that, we're all a team and we're all willing to do anything. Lisa Soulier is a beloved long-term person in the conference, and even her job changes. She functions in some ways as my executive assistant, helping me to make it possible for me to get to all of you, but she's also really kind of like running the office that we don't spend any time in. And believe it or not, that takes a lot of work to do that. And she's been helping with financial transitions. We've moved to an accounting firm to make sure that we're being, as good as we can be on the money front. We lost Bob, so we've been playing catch up ever since. But I feel really good about where we are today. And then I would be remiss if I didn't also say that we are supported by volunteers. And my goal for the next year is to have more ways for our volunteers to support us. But I want to ask our board president, Liz, to tell you about her job.
Thank you, Lillian. I am not a staff person, I'll say that first. I'm a volunteer, and I serve as chair of the Michigan Conference Board of Directors. So long story short is I try to attend all of these kinds of functions. I sit on all of the mission area teams. I sit on all of the Board of Directors subcommittees, and we're really responsible for oversight of all of the work of the Michigan Conference. So I have a great board of directors. We have 14 folks, and we're all interested in serving as best as we can and even better. So thank you, Lillian.
Absolutely, and so it's truly a partnership, and we want to increase those opportunities. So like your churches, we're the same. Things all got kind of fluid during COVID, and then some of you say we could live without those committees, but others you're like, wait, that still needs to happen, and how do we find the people to do it? So it's going to be very much like was described on the panel here. Nobody's allowed to say somebody ought to do something about disaster relief. It's not Downton Abbey. There's no servants down the basement to do that for you. So it's like if you care about disaster relief, we want you to form a group of people to work on it. And to do that, we're rebuilding, and it's exciting to have that happen. But I just want to thank all of you. We're all in it together, and I think days like this are great, and in partnership with the folks at National and every setting of the church, except for the Anglicans. Yes. So, Betsy, can I? Oh yeah. Or you do it, or whatever you want. Okay, so friends, we've had a day, but we are going to close as we began. And remember that if we did nothing today other than do this, we would have done church enough, right? So remember that whatever trials and tribulations our churches are facing or we face as clergy, we remember that on the night of his own betrayal and desertion, Jesus took the cup and said, "This is my blood in the new covenant. Do this as often as you drink of it in remembrance of me." In the same way, also after supper, he took the bread, broke it, and said, "This is my body, broken for you. Do this in remembrance of me." In that moment in time, nobody considered what he was really saying. They could not imagine needing to remember this moment or him. But life is fragile and the world is hard. And so now, 2,000 years later, we remember this meal and his words. We remember that he returned, that death did not have the last word. But he did not stay to be our steward. He reigns in heaven with God, the Holy Spirit, and the mighty cloud of witnesses who've gone before, who watch us and care for us, who built these buildings, and who await us in a place where time does not exist. And so we remember that there is beauty in broken things. And it is in the broken body of Christ that we find the food that's satisfied. Almighty God, we give you thanks for the opportunity to share this bread and this cup. Anoint them with your Holy Spirit, making of them the spiritual food so that we may serve you here in the world. In the name of Christ, the Holy Spirit, and God, let all share in this holy meal. And so we do remember together, striving to set the table as broadly as possible. Here at HCC, UCC, we use gluten-free bread. Our cup is alcohol-free because this is not our table or your table, it is God's table, and everyone is welcome here. You'll be invited to come forward and take a piece of bread and dip it into the cup and partake. If coming forward is uncomfortable or difficult for you, just catch our attention and Lily and I will serve you where you are. So friends, let us come and eat because everything is ready. Cal, this is the body of Christ broken for you. Lawrence, the bread of heaven. Patrick, the body of Christ broken for you. The bread of heaven. Cheryl, the body of Christ. Cheryl, the bread of heaven. Charlotte, the body of Christ. Pastor Kristen, the body of Christ. The bread of heaven, Carolyn. Amy, the body of Christ. Pastor Danny, the bread of heaven. Pastor Jim, bread of heaven. Ralph, the body of Christ. Gus, the bread of heaven. Pastor Debbie, the bread of heaven. Garland, the bread of heaven. Pastor Stephanie, the bread of heaven. Cup of salvation. Pastor Aaron, the bread of heaven. John, the body of Christ. Jen, the bread of heaven. The bread of life and the cup of salvation. Amen. Thanks be to God. Friends, let us pray. Gracious God, might the gifts of the bread and the cup fill us not just for this moment, but for movement forward into the next hours, into the next days and weeks, as we look with hope toward the light that you shine upon all of us, to the love that we are all wrapped with, as we go forth from this place, to know that we are nourished, to know that we are equipped to love ourselves, to love you, to love one another, to love creation, and to live like we mean all of that. It is in your name we give thanks. Amen.
I want to give one more thank you to all of you who have come and joined us today, and for all of those who have helped make this day possible, especially those here at Hazlitt who have participated and helped prepare us for this day. One announcement I do want to share. Please look up in your emails or on the Michigan Conference website for our annual meeting, which will be November 1st to 2nd at Crystal Mountain Resort in Thompsonville, Michigan. And it's a beautiful resort, and it's not as expensive as you're thinking. Single room starting at $149 per night, group accommodations $75 per night. So there are good options, affordable options. We hope that you'll be able to come as we continue some of these great conversations we've had here today. Another big thank you to Patrick. We have enjoyed all of you and all of that you have shared with us today. So thank you once again. On that note, go with this blessing. We long to find a place to relax, O God, to lean into the welcome and the love of real friends who stay true no matter who we are or what we have done. We want to be known not just our names, but ourselves, our dreams and our longings, our fears and failings, and be warmly, unrestrainedly welcomed. We yearn to know the joy of opening our arms to others and seeing them melt and grow soft in the safety of our acceptance. And you've created a place like this for us, a place of people with failings and disagreements who still look out for one another, a place of difference and struggle where we can all belong, a place of faith and deep doubt, a place of awkward stumbling toward Christ-likeness, a place of worship, of mystery, and of rest. And though we cannot always see it, this is it. Not the buildings or the furniture, though they are helpful. No, these people who gather in your name as the church, as the Michigan Conference body, the United Church of Christ. And so for this gift and your presence with us, we give our heartfelt gratitude and devotion. Amen. People of God, beloved of God, go now in peace, in the peace of Christ that surpasses all understanding, and enjoy the beauty of this day, giving thanks for all of God's good gifts and for our gift of community this day.